Hey everybody, how you doing? I'm Pabs, a rising VTuber and an artist. Today we're going to be working a little bit more on the snacks that we prepared last time. So as you can see, I have the Umaibo wannabe rice puff bar ready. I think this is the one that we've done the most work on. I did end up making a barcode for it. I don't know if people will be able to read that somehow. I don't think they can. I think that's mostly for QR codes. These like more line based barcodes I think are a little bit harder to crack. Hmm. I do like the hang on. I need to work on the color some more because I'm still not 100% happy with it. So let me just merge it all into one layer. So as usual, I think my strategy is going to be just hitting it with the color with the gradient map beam and seeing what we can do with that. Interesting development that oh wait, hang on. Which layer? Oh, this is on this layer. I see. Okay, we might as well just do this on this other layer. Yeah, we might as well turn that other layer off for the time being. We just kind of want to play around with the colors here. Hmm. Because I really want it to be kind of colorful. I wanted to have like a lot of clashing, cool colors. This one looks a little bit sickly, but it's kind of heading in the right direction. I think the main issue is that my particular palette isn't well suited for how do I put this? Like it's not well suited for actually hang on. I've got an idea. So first we make this the main color scheme. Then we put the original color scheme on top, and then we try to overlay that one with like soft light or color. I don't know, does that work? I don't think it's working. Or maybe hue. Hue is the one that I might be thinking of. Okay, that's an interesting color. I wonder what happens if I were to go to tonal correction and increase the brightness and contrast a little bit. Hmm. Okay, maybe the saturation and luminosity instead. I don't know, it just looks kind of drab is the problem. Like I don't know, it's missing some kind of like cheerful color to it. You know what I think it might be? It might be the kind of green here. I think I might need to make that a little bit more aggressive. And actually, while we're at it, we might as well touch up a little bit on the pink here. I know it's supposed to be my face, but I think we can sacrifice a little bit of that artistic integrity for just a more overall readable design. Hmm, interesting development. It doesn't look like my face anymore. And actually it looks kind of watermelon flavored. That's the other thing too. My colors are very watermelon themed, which I love. They're very watermelon coated. But the issue is that once you start playing with that color scheme, it stops being like, oh, that's a rice guy, and now it's like that's kind of a watermelon dude. It introduces a sort of ambiguity which does not lend itself well to iconicism. Unless, hang on, I've got an idea. I'm gonna grab this real quick. What if I were to paint just this part here? What then, huh? Hmm. interesting development, but again, not quite where I pictured us going. I want to. Well, first, I want to stop using the gradient erase. That's probably going to be step one, I think. The only issue is that I don't want to make. I also don't want to make this look. This is such a juggling act. It's incredible. I feel very confident in my color picking skills, but the issue is that, like, even after all these years of developing my skills with it, I still feel tripped up from time to time. I don't know. I'm one of those people where if I don't have a strong idea going into it of what I want, I flail a lot. I struggle a lot. I'm struggling. Let's stop. God, that is such a funny meme. I haven't really kept up with One Piece very well, but the fraud posting for One Piece memes are always a delight for me. I enjoy them greatly. Okay, I think that's good though. I think we have a decent color to it now. I'm just gonna select the puffed rice in there, and now I'm gonna bump up the luminosity on those because they're not supposed to. These look more like baked beans right now, and that's kind of not what I'm going for. I don't know if you're into the idea of a baked bean cereal bar, maybe that one would have been for you. But I'm not into it. I would prefer not to. Wait, wasn't the pre-roll ad? What do you mean the ad starts in 47 seconds? We've been going for 10 minutes. Oh wait, maybe that's why. All right, everybody, plug your ears for like 30 seconds, real quick. We're gonna rip off the band-aid. We're gonna do this real fast. God, I cannot wait to be rid of you. You're a parasite. Most people have beef with like understandable enemies, right? Like most people have beef with like another person, or sometimes it's not so reasonable, but it's still like a personal thing, right? It's like a like if you don't like tornadoes, for example, if your family was affected negatively by a tornado. Same thing for like sports teams, or even people you've never met before. Sometimes can be the op. For some reason, I've decided to make mine the advertisements on my own damn Twitch channel. Again, I hate to draw so many parallels between myself and Sisyphus, but it really is just kind of a hell of my own making in some points. God, I remember actually first getting affiliate. I just kind of wanted it just because back then I didn't really I had some regulars. I had some regulars, but I didn't really have. I don't know. I like to think that I've built up a community, just not necessarily like a juggernaut of a one, but I like the people who come in here. I like the people who stop by to say hello. I treasure those people. But back then I was like, oh man, I'm never gonna reach like the average number of viewers needed. And I ended up reaching it because of my debut stream back when I first debuted my Live 2D model. That debut stream was what pushed me over the affiliate threshold. And Lord knows I'm miserable now. No. I'm kidding. Like, it's not so bad, all things considered, but I would still prefer to do without it, you know? So this is pissing me off for some reason. I don't like using gradients too much. I use them because they look good, but I don't like using them. It makes me feel weak for relying on them. I want to master cell shading. I don't want to have to rely on gradients too often. I don't know, something about them rubs me the wrong way. Or rather, it rubs me the wrong way because like they indicate that I haven't reached the skill level for what I want to do. And that's, I think, what makes me angriest the most. The most angry. My bad. I've actually been thinking about it. What would be a good punishment game for trying to quit swearing? I've noticed that I do that a lot, and while I don't think anybody necessarily finds it problematic, I would also like to cut down on it. Lest I drop the fuck word at a work meeting by pure negligence of my own sense of time, place, and occasion. I don't know. That would be kind of funny. I don't. The problem is that I'm also very polite at work. I like to think that I've hidden my power level very well at my workplace. I like to think that my most of my coworkers don't know very much about me at all, which is the way I want it to be. I've got lots of in common with them, but I don't want to divulge those details if at all possible. It's a personal thing, nothing personal. It's personal to me, but it's like not a personal thing against them, if that makes sense. Maybe I need more colors to shade this. For now, I'll try using one tone and then see if I need a secondary color. Hmm. Can I decrease the saturation a bit and drop the luminosity, or maybe I need to raise the luminosity and just up the saturation so that it's no, that looks a little strange. Hmm. I kind of like it with this more extreme purple tone. I'm quite fond of that. What is? Hang on. What's? Who's this? Who invited? Who invited? Who invited you? Who invited this color here? Goodness, just look at all this. I must have accidentally kept in some of the gradient without realizing it. That's what must have happened. Okay, let me just add this. I try not. I should try to avoid going too granular on the details. Also, I don't think that shadow is in the right place. Hmm. I've been trying to work it so that I only have like one source of light in all the drawings because, first of all, consistency's sake, and second of all, it just creates a nice, more coherent sense to it, even if subliminally. I don't think anybody will notice if I fumble the light source a couple times, but I'd still like to. It's an immersion thing. It's the same reason why, even though it would be realistic, people don't name people in medieval settings like Tiffany or something. God, I would like this. I see sometimes like these sentiments where like TV show producers will be like, yeah, we wanted to include this thing that would have been period appropriate, but unfortunately it's too much like a modern thing, so it'll bring the audience out of it. I kind of want to see something that is like nothing but that. I want to see like okay, so here's my elevator pitch. Each episode begins with a very mundane looking scene. Somebody getting a snack from a vending machine, somebody paying a valet to park their car, something like that, right? Very mundane, very ordinary. And then as the narrator is like opening with like, oh yeah, this person is doing this and that, they end up revealing that's actually something we've been doing for like thousands of years, and that it's not just a modern thing; it's actually something that has a lot of age. Like I know, for example, the Romans had vending machines because they had a machine which would take a small weight of copper, like say from a coin, and dispense a corresponding amount of water. I think it was like a holy water or something, some kind of like I remember it being at a temple, so it did have like some kind of sacred question mark, some sort of spiritual related purpose. I think it would be neat. I've mentioned before like how it's made would be killing it out in the ratings today, given the kind of culture we've developed. I would just like to see it. Actually, something that we should try and do is like adapt older. Oh, did Pat Persona to turn on the time lapse? I don't think I actually did. I don't have a time lapse recording for this one here. But hi, buddy. I don't think I'm going to turn on the time lapse for this one. It makes the files. Wait, actually, hmm. I don't know. Actually, I wasn't thinking about trying to turn on a time lapse for this one, but I do hear that with the version 3.0 updates that I have installed, the time lapse should actually be way more lightweight. God, yeah, my fault, my fault. You know what? Let's turn on the time lapse because for why not? We can just finish it up at the end of the stream just to show the progress. But yeah, how you doing, buddy? Are you up to anything, or are you just good to hang out? Doing good crocheting. Nice. Oh yeah, I remember you were doing those little projects, right? Like with the tiny hats and all that. How's that been going? Are you having fun? Are you winning, buddy? I kind of like this caramel color for the shading on this side. Yeah, nice. All right, let's just grab the color in here. Okay, then we're gonna add a second one right here. Hmm. Should I? Hang on. How? I have an idea for how to do this. Actually, hang on. Let's use one of these like tone hatching tools, and no, that's not gonna work. All right, let's just keep it light and cell shaded. Okay, and then one more set right over here. Actually, this is kind of rice piece shaped, isn't it? There's one little shadow marking here. I like that. Okay, and then just this last one here. Now the purple feels a little bit off though. Hang on. Maybe if I use the saturation thingy. Hang on, let me put on my glasses. Person 1578 became out of price. Hello, well, thank you for the follow. Wait, is that alloy? I think I remember seeing that somewhere else. But yeah, welcome. Thank you for the follow. Maybe I need to bump up the saturation here. I don't know. This is making it look like an entirely different color though, which is cool that it can do that, but it's not what I'm trying to accomplish. Hang on, how are we doing? How's this one? I kind of really like that super electric green for the top part. I might just save that one and oh, but that cyan's also looking pretty nice. I'm not gonna lie, that cyan is treating me real good. It's taking me out to dinner and paying for the meal. Hmm. All right, let's settle on this kind of like Baja Blast flavor kind of tone. Let me select the color gamut and just grab this bottom half. Hmm. I feel like an idiot. What's wrong? Did you forget the keys to your house? That happens to me all the time. Listen, it happens to the best of us. All right, you don't need to beat yourself up about that. Hmm. No, definitely not that one. Absolutely not that one. Hmm. I need to play around with like the hue, saturation, and luminosity a little bit. Whoop. That might be a bit too harsh. That might that might be a very strong. I've been logged in on the wrong account on Twitch, so I've not been getting stream notifications. Damn. Yeah, I know what you mean. Sometimes I feel like it'd be like if you had an account that helped you get coupons for groceries, but you forgot to sign in on the right account, so you accidentally lost out on the points, huh? On person. Nice. Still kind of trying to brain out which color would be good for this. What if I did like this blue, but like a much darker blue and less saturate? No, no. I mean lighter, darker blue, lighter blue. No, no. That's not orange. Red is kind of interesting. That kind of like bright red. Hang on, we might have a winner. Hmm. By that I mean I'm this person. Yeah. Now I recognize your typing style. I understand what you mean. I don't think I could mistake anyone else for that typing style. Hmm. Maybe I just tone down the saturation a little bit on both of these. No. This should not be this. Hang on. I was about to say this should not be this hard. I inverted it there for a second, but I don't think that's going to be the right answer either. Hmm. Oh, saturation, boost luminosity. It changes on the last messages I have sent to the current account on if I'm on if it's the same account. Huh, okay. Yeah, I don't know. I've never had multiple Twitch accounts, so I don't actually know how too much about how that works. Sounds like a little bit of a pain. I have 3. Hmm. Should I make the light on this like this yellowish color? I think that'll be a good idea. I think maybe. Okay, here's an idea. We make the highlights on this like the complementary color. I think that might work. I'm betting that'll work. Complementary to the shadow, I mean. Let's see. I don't know how else to highlight this one other than making it pure white. That's the thing that I've heard is that you should save pure white for like a special occasion on most drawings. Rice monster, that's right. That is the thesis of this channel. All right. So if this is like a kind of limeish yellow, I kind of want to do it like an almost like hot pink then. Is it a rice bear? No, I'm just a normal bag of rice that got blasted by the sun. Is it? Oh, is it a rice bar? Yeah, it is. It's one of those like little puffed rice snacks. Now I'm just thinking of a rice bear. Hmm. What would that look like actually? I guess it would look kind of like a polar bear, huh? How is this working? I don't know. I don't understand color sometimes. This does look like a highlight, but I don't know how that works. I've possibly never had one. That doesn't surprise me. I know that in the U.S. they have Rice Krispie treats, which are the closest thing to what I'm picturing. These are a Chinese snack. Yeah, it's got a little bit of peanut butter in there, I think. I've always wondered why is that the U.S. more than any other culture seems to have like a peanut butter allergy thing. I don't know. Maybe it's just one of those cases where like the statistics are strange. It's like skewed for some reason. Like it's either underreported or something else. All right, now that we have a handle on this, hmm, okay, we can probably try and add some color to the logo now as well, and also Rice Beast. Just little things. That's kind of interesting. Check this out. So check out the color wheel, how it's going. So this is the green that I'm using, and this is the pink that I'm using for the highlight. It's almost the exact same, except the pink is more saturated. That's fascinating. Let me try it with the lettering here. No, that's somehow not working. Oh, maybe because it needs to be green. Hang on. Like it is basically on like quite a bit further on in the spectrum. So maybe hmm, it's kind of like yellowish might work. Yeah, I think we're gonna have to go for like this like yellowish lime green. If I ever make stickers of this thing, it's gonna like blind somebody just walking down the street. I'm no doctor, but maybe the body has figured out that peanut butter is connected with un. How did you even make that a ungefahren than peanut no wanted? Hmm. Far. Fair. It's hard to say. I mean, for example, more people are lactose intolerant in East Asian countries and Southern Asian countries, I believe, than in Western countries. So maybe it is like a genetic thing. I wonder if that means we could have like assassinated the Duke of Edinburgh. No, that guy. I think the Duke of Edinburgh is in Scotland. Some other don't, actually, I shouldn't know. I don't know anything about dukes or lords or nobles or nothing like that. We, but maybe we can assassinate one of the British kings by just throwing a peanut or two or a hazelnut or something in his gob and seeing what happens. You know, if we were to time slip, he'd try to eat it too. Like you just toss it into the air like a snack biscuit, and he would try to bite it out of the air like a dog. I'm Swedish. We have them in our language like a. I don't know that first one. And oh, interesting. Yeah, I don't know. I speak Spanish very often, and unless I don't know how to make an N with a tilde. Like, hang on, this type of N is used in some Spanish words, specifically in cumpleaños, which is happy birthday, or rather birthday. Just cumpleaños is just birthday. So I want to have it on hand sometimes. Some Latin American phrases use it much more than the Spanish counterparts. I've tried to learn how to generate it with my keyboard, but it's been slow going. People with a peanut allergy when I throw a brick at their head. Well, now see, the brick would be too unsubtle, is what I'm saying. What I'm looking for is a sort of sophisticated method of taking out old British nobles in like a historical context. The brick is a timeless weapon, you understand. You know, it's not like you can just like a brick will be as effective of a weapon 40 years from now as it is today. That's not what I'm looking for. What I'm looking for is a sort of like tie out like a out of context sort of assassination method. Asbestos. Well, I mean that was killing them, but maybe that's a little bit too slow. I don't know. I think if you try to explain the concept of microfibers to an old medieval monarch, they would try to make you their court wizard, which is inviting all kinds of problems. That or they'd accuse you of witchcraft. And I don't know about you, but I don't like the prospect of being turned into delicious grilled tomahawk steak. Huh. Actually, would throwing asbestos work? Because I feel like it's a very fibrous material, right? It'd be kind of like throwing foam at somebody. Like in theory, there's no problem with it, but it's like it would lose a lot. It like the drag it would generate. Very inefficient for throwing. It's a rocket first? Huh. I did not know that. Hmm. The rocket first, huh? I wonder how they make it so fibrous, if that's the case. Oh, did you try to put a link? Yeah, I have those blocked. My fault. Phew. Hmm. I don't know. Maybe we could try to communicate through semaphores. That might be a way to get the link through. Hmm. Yeah, maybe just try to type it out and then just forget about the .com at the end. That might be the way to do it. Hmm. I try to do something with this. Maybe bright yellow like that. That is just not working out for you, huh, bud? That's a shame. What are you trying to send anyway? I'm a little curious. Okay, this isn't working. This one isn't working. That one's kind of working, actually. We might go back to that one. Yeah, let's use this. Where's the... Hang on, where's the barcode? Oh, there it is. Hmm. Maybe I use a needle eraser here? A video of how dangerous asbestos is as a rock. I kind of already have the gist on that. I don't think you need to go through all that trouble, but I appreciate it. You know, I think I have the general lowdown on asbestos. Although I do know that it used to be referred to as I know that like people used to make clothes out of it and used to call it as like salamander fur or what have you. In reality, what it was is that it was just asbestos. The reason salamanders got that reputation for like being fireproof or having an affinity for fire was because of the fact that very often people would just get wet lumber from out of the grasslands. Okay, just type that into YouTube. Just put that on the end of the YouTube video link. Is that how I should do that once I'm off? Once I'm off camera, just to look at the dangers of asbestos. All right. I'll bear that in mind. This is a very funky shading style, but I wonder if I'll be able to keep it up for all 5 things that I'm making. 4 now, I guess. Now that I've finished the Umaibo bar. Yeah, it was a little bit of a mess trying to get the link there, but we got it. We got it. Human ingenuity and the indomitable spirit of mankind persevered once again. Take that, nihilist. Nihilists. Nihilists? Something like that. Hmm. Is it a bunny from the moon or a moon from a bunny? Can bunnies create moons? I'm not too familiar with their techniques and powers. I'm sure if they put their mind to it, it would be possible. Hmm. Yeah, toning down the saturation on this thing might be the right call. Let me play around with this a little bit more and just make sure that I'm. Huh. Interesting. I kind of dig this one. I'm a rice bag, so it was combined rice and human ingenuity. Huh. I mean, technically, the humans had no hand in my creation. The sun just blasted a bag of rice as part of my lore. I don't know. Does that count? Does it count as human ingenuity if the sun's the one that did it? I guess it's just conscious ingenuity. Hmm. I almost want to make the lines a little bit thicker. I'm gonna try and do that. You helped is what I mean. Huh. I did I actually? Hang on. That doesn't make sense to me, right? Hang on. I'm gonna play the devil's advocate here a little bit. I don't think I helped because that would be like saying a C-section baby helped deliver itself, right? Like I don't think babies can do that. Or maybe they can. I don't know. All right, I'm gonna keep a thicker outline on these just so that they are a little bit easier to keep an eye on. All right, the donut. This one's gonna be. Actually, I don't know if this one will be easier. I think the thing to do would be to just use the. Hang on. It's bugging me that these two tails look so alike, so I'm gonna swivel them around to see if I can't make them a little bit more differentiated. Doctor Strange getting born? What the hell happens in Marvel Comics? I'm not a Western comics guy, so I don't know much about it. Did Mr. Doctor Strange give birth to himself? Did that shit turn out to be like Death Stranging, featuring Norman Reedus? Actually, that would be kind of a baller origin story for a superhero. This guy is so badass. He gave birth. He helped facilitate his own birth. God, that reminds me of this one idea I had for like a villain of the week, which is this dude who, as a child, accidentally ate all the vitamin gummies in a vitamin gummy bottle, and so he immediately digested all those nutrients and became much bigger. But in reality, he doesn't actually have anything special about him. He just grew really big, and he thinks that it's because of the vitamin gummies. If that guy meets one doctor who tells him he's wrong, he's just screwed. He'll lose his mojo. I don't know. Does it count as a placebo effect if you're wrong about like what, like? Okay, this is gonna sound strange. Does it count as a placebo effect if you are just straight up misguided about what it's supposed to do? Like it is doing something, but you're straight up misguided about what it's doing, so you just think that it's doing something else that it's not actually doing, but you think it is doing it, so your body just thinks it's doing it. I think that still counts, right? Hmm. Let me try this. But in the Ben 10 series, he made or birthed in the entire universe. Ugh. That sounds difficult. I don't know. Hmm. Alien X. I haven't actually seen Benton in a long time. I remember being very invested in the show back when I was a kid. I really like the designs and the characters in there, but I never ended up like watching it regularly because it took I wasn't smart enough to like I kept track of the days of the week as a kid, but like not in the like I didn't understand like TV programs appeared at like a certain schedule. Like I just didn't care about like TV program scheduling, so I never ended up catching any of the series that I actually wanted to watch. The only exception was stuff like Phineas and Ferb because it just went at a regular time when when I just tended to be watching television. He can do anything. He has the power of plot. That's true. That is something that I remember happening. Is that he just had a lot of bullshit cop outs that just were facilitated by the fact that he just got new powers as the plot demanded. Wow, so you're telling me that this specific alien from this week's episode is very good against electricity, and he just so happens to have a form that's also very good with electricity? Damn, that's crazy. Lucky guy. He would have been real boned if he didn't have that. That reminds me of this one web novel that I remember reading about called Worm. I haven't actually read Worm. I hear it's very good, but I haven't read Worm myself. But I remember that like one of the plot points, one of the things that was discussed about the series by the writer is that he actually purposefully wrote himself into a corner to make the solutions that he came up with much more interesting and creative. It's like the equivalent of locking yourself with a key you throw away into like a window outside through a small vent and locking yourself into a room and being like, all right, if I don't figure this out, I'm cooked. I don't know. I always appreciate the kind of creativity that comes with having to try to make an interesting scenario happen when can like superhero writers have it tough, right? Like constantly they have to be like, okay, so what would be stopping like say Superman from just like heading in and taking care of this particular threat? Or, you know, why can't they just like vaporize the bad guy? Oh no, the universe is exploding. Well, I guess I'll become a selected being and remake it again. If that's literally one of the plots of Ben 10, I'm gonna laugh really hard. I was like, whoops, the universe is toast. Oh, well, time to hit the reset button. You know, we just have one of those just in case. That's one episode. God. I'm starting to think this Ben 10 kid might be something of a fraud. Yeah, no, the way they were before is fine. Yeah, he made himself get the watch. God. I remember for like a couple of weeks in university getting myself weirdly invested into like one of those crappy Xianxia comics for like an entire week. Like I just ended up binge reading through all of it and through like all of the chapters that were available. And it was really bad. I don't know why I forced myself to do that. I just kind of kept reading it and be like, "Oh my god, stop escalating." And like one of the things that happened. Oh, hey, Jupiter, welcome, welcome. Hello, Raiders. Hang on, let me grab the shout out command. Bam. All right, now hopefully nobody else is going to raid within the hour because otherwise it's going to have that issue that we had last time. He traveled back in time and made sure that the watch landed by himself. That is bullshit. That is so funny. Stable time loops are nobody's business. Nobody should be allowed to fuck around with those, in my opinion. Yeah, how's Stream Jupiter? You were playing through more of the Haunted PS1 demo discs, right? How's it this time? Were there any gems you want to talk about? Of course, if you're feeling a little tuckered out, feel free to head on out. But like always, it's very welcome if you stay. Yep, the 2021 disc. Ah, yes, 2021, a fine vintage. I remember it being a lot of. I remember 2021 being a whole lot of job hunting and also worrying about getting an apartment for the first time in my life. Let me tell you, neither of those were experiences that I'm hoping to repeat anytime soon. The Outcry demo did convince me to stream the full game sometime. I own that one already. Nice! Oh, I accidentally got 2 orbs here. And remember when that one streamer random just became an orb for like a couple of weeks? What was up with that? Why did he do that? Actually, no, it was way longer than a couple of weeks because I remember like his comeback stream and the whole first month of streaming for him was just as an orb. Why did he do that? I think it was because like he wasn't ready to go back to being like a 2D live 2D VTuber full time again. But like, what if fascism was a burden? You had they them pronouns. That sounds like the setup to like a woke Prometheus myth. Yeah, the eagle can't eat Prometheus's liver anymore because of woke. God. I don't know. It's weird. A lot of flags and symbols for politics have like bird shapes, right? Like there's a dove for peace, full of oak cigarettes. Mm-hmm. What do you mean I can't feed the cigarette butts to the local wildlife? They love it. So much for the tolerant left. God. I need to stop making jokes like that because I feel like at some point somebody's gonna think that I'm being serious and it's gonna end up with me getting canceled. I need to have like a big. That's gonna be one of the redeems that I set up once I give up affiliate. It's just gonna be a big red neon lit sign flashing over the stream overlay that says this is satire. But yeah, weirdly enough, I don't think I can. I have like an association of a bird with fascism. Like it's hard to picture what kind of bird would be associated with fascism because of the fact that like there's a lot of political ideologies that do have like a bird as their symbol, like pacifism is like a white dove, right? But I don't know. I can't picture fascism with a bird eagle in it. I may be stupid. I'm not gonna lie. I missed the subtext there. I might be a little. I missed that completely. My fault. Yeah, you're right. The eagle would be a good symbol. Eating my awful son Momo cigarettes is a classic. To me and the 5 other people who played Monotype. I I am not one of those 5 people. God. Monotype, huh? They're starving. I'm just feeding them for legal purposes. That's a joke. Yeah. I don't know. Cigarette butts always feel like such a weird thing of litter. Because like I had a relative of mine who smoked, and whenever they finished their cigarette, they would just like dump it into like a plastic bottle that they carried around with them. They would just like have a plastic bottle to dump their cigarettes in, or just look for the nearest waste bin. It's genuinely that easy. I remember another time my company went out on like my company does like occasional things where they like try to be good for the environment because that's just good corporate social responsibility. And the number one thing that I picked up for the garbage there was just cigarette butts. There were just so many goddamn cigarette butts. Okay. Yo, wait, it had the guy who was behind Fatima Tool and Lycophilia? Nice. As like one of the demos. Very nice. God, I'm still salty about that one YouTube video that was like dying worlds in video games, and it had the church from Fatima Batula. Like I recognized it immediately. My neurons like snapped open, and then they never ended up talking about Fatima Batula, and I wanted to hit them with a rock. Now that's a prime candidate for a brickin'. I don't know. I have a love-hate relationship with YouTube essay videos because on the one hand, I really like the ones that click with me. I really like the ones that don't click with me. I'm like, oh my god, why are you still talking? I'm with you, brother. Even if I didn't watch the video, you understand. We are comrades. Fun fact: 9 out of 10 smokers throw their buds on the ground, and 8 out of 10 complain or are bothered by them. Huh? Yeah, those numbers track to me. I don't know. I'm not about to question those statistics. That seems about right. Momotype is a free visual novel, and creature at the center of it is somewhat rice beastie. Word? Hmm. Mochi Cat. I'm feeding him cigarettes and making him watch Dragon Ball Z. That is exactly the kind of like alchemical process that went behind creating Rice Beast. That beast was raised on ramen and Naruto reruns on 4Kids. Those are actual game options. It is horror though. I have a hard time understanding. They must have had some serious writing chops to like bring that all together. I cannot for the life of me understand picture that. God. Uh, I'm making my beast watch Dragon Ball just so that it knows how to protect us in the future. Who would throw their butts on the ground? 5 minutes later, throws a butt on the ground. Damn. Well, I guess that's how it is sometimes, right? I really liked like this kind of mossy green for the donut rings. I was trying to go for like a high contrast shading style, but I think this should be fine for this one. Being a pet parent is hard, but it's worth it for moments like that. What do you mean I'm teaching him violence? Oh no, does Dragon Ball teach the beast to solve its problems with violence? That sucks. I can't believe my neglectful teaching style had consequences for this thing's development. God, evil. In like an evil timeline, Paps would be like an absent father to the rice beasts. Unlike the current timeline, where the son who made them is the absent father to the rice beasts. Because we've been Mossball, Marimo spotted. Fuck yeah. Marimos are great because I haven't met a single person who thinks that they aren't the coolest and neatest little thing ever. What would Deadbeat Dad Paps look like? He would just not be here. Deadbeat Dad Paps would just be a V tweeter. Hmm. I don't know what other features would Deadbeat Dad Paps have. I feel like I'm almost like referring to him as like an action figure. Deadbeat Dad Paps would have like a Funko Pop collection. Deadbeat Dad Paps would have a man cave. I don't know. I'm just picturing the most divorced man alive and trying to base my ideas off of that. Deadbeat Dad Paps would look like closest PNG tour plus. Yeah, absent father Paps would be like. Hey kids, I'm back from the corner store that I went to 8 years ago. I've got the milk that I bought from there. Something like that. That I think that would be one of the inaugural bits for Deadbeat Dad Paps. God. Rice Beast would have like a Hunter's Hunter style story arc where it just where instead of Hunter x Hunter's premise is so fucking funny because I once remember somebody describing it as like, okay, imagine like a kid was abandoned by their dad because like the dad went out to buy cigarettes and just never came back. But instead of like trying to find out their dad and why they left them, the kid wants to find out what's so awesome about cigarettes. That's literally the plot. I never ended up getting to the part where Gon actually meets his dad, but I feel like at that like at that point they were just both talk about how awesome being a hunter is for half an hour. Yeah, that's not like the literal plot of Hunter x Hunter. The cigarettes in this case are a metaphor for being a hunter, which is basically just like a martial professional that specializes in finding rare things in the world building of Hunter x Hunter. Yeah, no, Hunter x Hunter is not about the how awesome it is to have a nicotine addiction. I think that I don't know if that can even be a manga. I do know that there is a wine drinking manga called The Drops of God, which has a lot of interesting wine trivia. Most of my knowledge of like how wine works comes from that manga. Which, well, to be fair, I don't have a whole lot of knowledge about how wine works, but what little I do have came from that manga. Hmm. Maybe just a little bit of a gradient right here. I think it would look very nice. Yeah, that looks all right. God, yeah. Something that's going to be very helpful. I didn't even realize this. It's a very funny story. So at my workplace, we have to fill out our timesheets manually, right? So it's kind of like up to like we have like the freedom to, be like, okay, I'm going to be commuting. I'm going to be working from home, etc. But the inverse, the catch for that is that you have to like report your hours and report them fairly accurately too, right? Like you can't just say like, oh yeah, I clocked in for like 8 hours. Trust. You have to like write down. Oh, you have to like break it down into like specific activities and whatnot. That's not too bad. I have a little notepad that I use to keep track of my hours throughout most of the week. And normally you also know what you're assigned to by a program that shows you like how many hours you're working on which client each week. It's very useful, frankly. It's one of the most efficient systems for organization that I've seen, even though it does have its ups and downs. And so this week I noticed that I was only booked for 32 hours instead of the normal 40 hours. I'm like, huh, that's funny. I wonder what that is. As it turns out, tomorrow's a holiday for most of the people in Canada because I think it's Good Friday. I think that's why some people are getting the day off. So I'm gonna have all of tomorrow to prepare for the audit send off, which is time that I frankly really needed because some of this is like experiencing a little bit of scope creep. I got reincarnated as a vending machine exists, so an anime or manga about getting a nicotine addiction is a possibility. I actually read a couple of chapters of that vending machine manga, and honestly, not the worst. Not even the worst one I've read. I don't know. I have a soft spot for it because like the main girl of that manga, the main heroine of that manga is a martial artist. So I that automatically like raises it in my view. I am ridiculously easy to please. Seriously, just throw a martial artist character in there as like one of the main characters and I will be seated. The whole thing is that after they reincarnate into the world as a vending machine, they are found first by this martial artist girl who figures out the mechanisms of a vending machine, and that becomes like their first friend slash companion. She fights with the vending machine strapped to her back. It's kind of awesome, actually. It's really funny too because like she's actually she's not very competent at martial arts when they meet, but after she starts carrying the vending machine around, she actually starts becoming way more competent at it because the problem is that her master of martial arts taught her how to move with a giant rock strapped to her back to build up her strength. So now that she has a vending machine on her back, it's like all coming back to her. There's an even worse one. I don't want to know about it. Listen, all right, person, all right, listen to me. I will indulge in bad isekai for kicks, for shits and giggles. It is not to make a contest out of it. I don't know. I like to think that I'm not like ignorant by choice, but sometimes I just feel like I'm better off not knowing about certain things. If that makes sense. Some people are like, say like, oh, you don't want to know about that as like a bit or like as a joke, and like invariably when they say that, I'm like, okay, I don't want to know then. Like I will trust your word that it is that bad. Unless like my curiosity is incredibly piqued, I will take you at your word and believe that it can get worse. I'm not reading that out loud. That's fucked up. I'm not doing that. What did I no, because what did I just say? What did I just say? Fuck you for telling me about that. All right, listen. I'm gonna let that one slide because that was a fun bit. If you tell me literally any more about that, I'm gonna block you. You're out of here. I'm not fucking kidding. God, you know, as much as bad as that sounds, right? The the issue sometimes with like that's all I know and want to know. Okay, good, thank you. Yeah, the problem with this is like I like to be I try to be one of those people that's like, yeah, no, if you've got a vision for the world, try and make that happen. If you've got a story inside of you to tell, go for it. Like you need to have the courage to start and tell the stories that you want to start and tell. But then some motherfucker hits me with like, oh, I got reincarnated as that thing, and suddenly I have to question my beliefs a little bit. I have to like think to myself, what is my duty of care in this situation? Okay, um, hang on, I'll grab this. There we go. Let's rasterize these layers. Then we can add the stripes on top. The only issue, hang on, I've got an idea actually. Move it on here. There we go. Adding a second layer helped a lot. Maybe I can like lighten it up a little bit for some of these. Maybe there we go. Whatever this setting is, this one's the winner, I think. Hmm. I don't know. The problem is that past a certain point, it just looks like a pink mess. Oh god, this one's even worse. Look at that. This looks like those MS Paint things that you would make as a kid, where you just like shaded and paint bucketed some squares but not others. Hmm. Maybe if I darken it and switch up the hue a little bit. Okay, that's something. That's something. Hang on. What if I just set it to normal mode and then just like played around with it that way? Okay. Ooh, with the purple, it's kind of interesting. I'm liking the purple. Cyan not doing much. Red not doing much. Green absolutely not doing anything. Green is fumbling. Purple. I think we go with purple, frankly. Okay, and then if we add the little bits of glazing here, that looks fantastic. Okay. Hmm. Hang on. If I set this to monochrome, does that make the anti-aliasing a little bit more smooth? No. Hmm. What if I binarize it and transform tonal correction binarization? I'm trying to make the lines at the edges of this a little bit smoother. But I guess that's not really happening. I'm getting so hungry. That's good though. That is a ringing endorsement for me. That is like proof that I have succeeded in my mission. Oh, but yeah, picking up, carrying on from like the point I was trying to make. I am very lucky that I have a little bit of extra time tomorrow to work on preparation for the send off. That doesn't mean I can take it easy, but it means that I don't have to go full on Pizza Tower countdown sequence, rush, 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 rush towards the end of tomorrow. I don't know. I almost don't want them to announce like when we have holidays because now I get like a nice little surprise every now and again. Oh, wrong layer. Yeah. But that's so fun to rush, said no one. Yeah, exactly. Like all my respect to people who can lock in and clutch things and and be able to accomplish seemingly impossible amounts of work in a limited amount of time. That's not healthy, though. That's like I need to emphasize that no matter how impressive or powerful it might seem, that is really bad for you, and you should try to avoid it whenever humanly possible. Like genuinely, if you want your life to know peace, you're gonna need to be comfortable with half-assing some things, and also just having good project management. Because otherwise, you're just gonna be working up until the last minute forever and ever, and you're gonna feel awful, and you're gonna feel very weak and tired, and not at all equipped to deal with a situation in an honorable way. Yeah, that's like the flip side of it too. Like you also shouldn't try to show that ability off at like a workplace because they will just take it to mean that you can accomplish much more work in a much shorter amount of time too. Needless to say, that sucks and benefits no one but them. But your supervisors. Yeah, there's two ways you can kind of skirt around that reputation. One is to like give more generous estimates so that you can complete the work at a normal pace and still look like a miracle worker. Or you can try to just not stand out very much at all. But in both cases, it's rather difficult. I don't know. Deceit has never been my strong suit. People tell me that I have a very trustworthy voice. Like if I give, sometimes I'll go too far with a bit and like say some random made up shit, and people will be like, "Oh wait, is that true?" And I'll have to be like, "No, it's not. I just made it up right now," and they'll be disappointed. I don't know. It's just very unreliable. Okay, then add this here. Hmm. Yeah, I need to make the brush size very small and increase the strength of it very high. There we go. All right, let's start actually shading these two, hey? All right, this is going to be W, and this one's going to be P. And here's how we're going to do this. We're going to put one layer on top of each of them, and we're going to make this a darkened layer so that way it doesn't take out the black outline, but it does help us to just shade it a little bit. Hmm. Ooh, that's kind of nice. Maybe less saturation though, or maybe just, yeah, just a touch less and a touch more luminosity. All right, pick color from layer. Take this one. All right, we need to turn off, fill up the vector path, and turn on the area scaling a little bit. Hmm. This brings me back a little bit, back when I was working on the first issue of the comic. I had to use darken layers a lot for that one because of the fact that I initially made the comic for black and white, and then Raph was like, "Oh yeah, actually, most of the people are doing the comics in full color for the zine." I'm like, "Well, I should. Well, that would have been good to know earlier." To be fair to him, I didn't ask, so that's kind of on me. But still, if I have like the thing is like if you know that you're working in black and white or in color, that changes like your approach to everything very drastically. Quick question: what do they taste like, and what is their consistency? Hmm. It has a little. Okay, so these would be mochi matcha donuts. So those would have a very chewy consistency. Have you ever had pão de queijo or pan de yuca? It's like a Brazilian dish. If you haven't, imagine like, hmm, or like a colache almost. I don't know what kind of food they have over where you're at, but basically they would be very like a very chewy dough. Oops, I forgot that I had. Hang on. I'm gonna need to finagle this a little bit. But yeah, they would have like how do I put this? Like definitely like a chewy taste to them. And they would taste a little bit like green tea. And what else? Hmm. Yeah, they just taste like very much like a normal donut, but like with overtones of green tea and a little bit more chewiness. This also gives me an opportunity to fix up some of the borders here. And we'd also have to add a little bit of a thing over here. I also need to remember to pick the color from layer. There we go. Actually, we may have something on that consistency in Germany, but it does not have the same taste at all. Yeah, I imagine that. The issue I think is that like mochi donuts can't use rice flour, and the ones that I was talking about use a starch from a root plant from South America. So it makes sense that maybe there wouldn't be an exact equivalent. I don't know, unless you have like little potato starch heavy breads. I think that would be a possibility, but I don't know enough about German cuisine to comment on that decisively. Hmm. Hmm. Weirdly enough, I didn't think that what that shading the icing would take very long at all, but I think I might have been under a mistaken assumption. Although this multiply is kind of nice with it, not gonna lie. Hmm. Yeah, a long time ago, I actually got curious about like what kind of flavors there were in the world, right? Well, obviously, there's salty, sweet, sour, spicy, and stuff like that. But apparently, there's also other kinds of stuff like that. Also, apparently, spicy isn't really a flavor; it's just like a sensation that happens to your tongue when like capsaicin hits it because it gets a little bit more sensitive to heat and whatnot. It's quite fascinating. Also, it was very validating for me to learn that because I hated spicy foods growing up, and learning that it wasn't that spiciness wasn't like a flavor so much as it was like a sensory experience was very validating. Potato balls, basically, it's like maybe the potato flour that you boil and it's soft and chewy and somewhat sticky. That sounds very very similar. Yeah, I think you might be onto something there. Yeah, soft and chewy, very very much like that describes the mouth feel of it very well. Mm, I need to move this one a little bit. Okay, then over here. These remind me so much of Majin Buu. It's unreal. I remember somebody put a fan art of Dragon Ball where Majin Buu, like the evil Buu, basically got turned into like Hercules's pet fish, and like Hercules was just feeding it like a normal fish, and Videl was in the background saying like, "Dad, your fish looks fucked." That made me really crack up. God, that reminds me that V sometimes posts this picture of a dog that has like a very haunted look to it. The dog has very clear blue eyes, and it has like a very dark fur around the eyes. So when it peeks over furniture, it just looks like it's like a murdered Victorian child. Okay, then over here, this one here. He's still Goku's kid. God. I mean, I wouldn't go that far. What do I look like, Piccolo? Actually, Piccolo's journey might be similar to my own. Come to think of it, we're both not exactly human. We're both fairly elastic in consistency. Hmm? No, no. Oh, did I misinterpret something? I realized that I failed to impart that the first proper demo I hit was a horror title where I was scavenging items in a school to solve problems, and then all of a sudden it ends as I'm attacked by a massive demon head doing a bit of horizontal bullet hell on a basketball court. Gotta love games. God bless indie gaming. You stole Goku City. You're Rysolo. Rysolo. I could be Rysolo. I don't know. All the Namekians are named after musical instruments. So I don't know. Would I be like... what sounds kind of like rice, but is also a musical instrument? I think drum was already one of the demon set in the original Dragon Ball, so I don't think I can name myself that. Weirdly enough, when I was a kid, I remember I was watching the original Dragon Ball series through one of those like websites where you can watch things legally, right? And so the issue with that is that some of the episodes just would not load for me. So what I ended up doing a lot of time is that I would just go ahead and skip a few episodes to just get to one that did load. And so I would just skip chunks of story at a time. So I was like just starting out in like the 23rd, 22nd World Martial Arts Tournaments arc, and I was like, oh man, the episode's not working. Guess I'll skip a few ahead. And then I somehow jumped all the way to the 23rd World Martial Arts Tournament, which is when Goku has the rematch with Piccolo Jr. Yeah. I heard that guy Piccolo can turn orange now. What's up with that? Bro decided to turn into a Cheeto Puff. Reek is a tambourine from the Middle East, North Africa. That could work. I don't know. What if I just went like full on like screw it, we're getting goofy with this and called myself like Theremin or Kitar. Actually, Kitar as a Namekian name would go kind of hard. The problem is that it needs to have a little bit of that like subtleness, right? Like Toriyama didn't like name them just after their whatever. In most of the cases, like they had a little bit of something in there too. So I guess it would have to be like Tar Tarky. Wait, no, that's that sounds too much like Turkey. I just swapped around the syllables, but that sounds too much like Turkey, unfortunately. Um, hmm. Kita. That would be a good. That's like decent. Kitar, yeah. Yeah, and that should be sufficient for like a Dragon Ball Namekian name. I kind of Preston talking about Xenoverse and whatnot in V's server actually kind of made me want to make a Dragon Ball OC a little bit. But the problem is that I kind of already fit in well enough as a Dragon Ball character as is. I would have to like be like, all right, this would be like my Namekian Sona. This would be like my Saiyan Sona. I don't know. I haven't proven that human paps can't go Super Saiyan. I'm very hesitant to bring out human paths most of the time. Like I try to avoid bringing out human paths unless like the situation would be appropriate for it, because I feel like if I rely on that guy too much, people are gonna think that I'm just a normal, ordinary guy in a hoodie streaming. And no offense to those guys, but I don't want that association. I need people to know that I'm a little bag of rice freak. Yeah, that's kind of like I'm not like other girls kind of energy, but you know what? I need to stand by it. I need to embrace what makes me unique. You have to get weirder. No, you can put an S at the end of that statement. That's like precisely my motivation. If I stop being weird about like my presence, I don't know. I feel like that could very easily go to my head. So I'm just gonna nip that in the bud and just not risk that shit. Listen, this is a request. If I ever enter like a fuckboy arc, I need you all to put me down like a dog with rabies. I need y'all to like take me out back behind the shed and like tell me to think of like the rabbit hutches and whatnot, and I need you to shoot me. I need you to incinerate me with like 1 billion degrees Fahrenheit. Become a horse? The Pab's Pony Sona. You're a One Punch Man monster who ate too much rice. Fun fact that it was like one of the draft origin stories for me. It's just that I just did pull the One Punch Man monster and just like accidentally ate too much rice, and now I'm Rice a Man. But in the end, I'm glad I ended up doing like, oh yeah, the sun blasted my bag of rice with energy, and now I can talk. I don't know. I think it adds like an interesting sort of mythology to it. Oh my god, Dad was right. I did eat so much rice I turned into it. I don't know. I really like the sunshine and summertime and whatnot. So I think that's why I really wanted to have something like that as part of my lore. You're a swamp man. Fun fact, another fun fact. Very early on into like my streaming career, I did describe myself as a rice troll or a rice ogre. So I did almost also become like a Shrek wannabe. Listen, I have a lot of ideas to execute on sometimes, and I can't always do good on all of them. So you are a swamp man. Hmm. I don't know actually. Get out of my curry. Get out of my rice cooker. This is the part where you boil and weigh. British paps. That would be my evil clone. My evil clone. Wait, no. Actually, my evil clone would be like full on like Spaniard. I don't know what British paps would be. British paps is there to like just be like part of the boomerang, just to like be in a sort of like boomerang scene pastiche from BBC Sherlock. Yeah, God, I would be like a bag of tea that needed to be steeped as like, or actually, hang on, I would be like a paella. Do you want to know about the Swamp Man thought experiment? I haven't heard of that one before. No, is that like one of those fake experiments like the Russian sleep deprivation creepypasta? Swamp Man, evil pap, spicy rice. Hmm. There is that Gyaru and saw that I have. I don't know. Maybe that one can be a little spicy too. It's a book, I think. Oh. Yeah, I don't think I've heard of that one actually. God, that makes me realize that if I for any reason ever make like a spicy art account, I'm gonna need to bring my A game to the pun table. I need to make it like an inscrutable sort of thing. Hmm, okay, maybe a little bit on here too. Swamp Man thought experiment. Hang on, I gotta Google this now. Hmm. Swamp Man is the subject of a philosophical thought experiment introduced by Donald Davidson in his 1987 paper, Knowing One's Own Mind. In the experiment, Davidson is struck by lightning in the swamp and disintegrated. Strong start. Simultaneously, an exact copy of Davidson, the Swamp Man, is made from a nearby tree and proceeds through life exactly as Davidson would have, indistinguishable from Davidson. The experiment is used by Davidson to claim that thought and meaning cannot exist in a vacuum. They are dependent on their interconnections to the world. Therefore, despite being physically identical to himself, Davidson states the swamp man does not have thoughts nor meaningful language, and as it has no causal history to base them on. Hmm. I don't know. That's kind of smacks of like that those thoughts experiments where like, okay, so let's say you get teleported and the teleportation is like actually a cloning device where it just like clones you in the location where you want to be and disintegrates your old clone. Is that still you, right? I don't know. My sense of identity isn't particularly tied to my physical self. Those kinds of ideas have never bothered me really. Although a little bit of the Catholic in me is still worried about like the theological implications of having like a clone. Like, does the clone have a soul? Probably not, right? I don't know. I think I need to wait for like the actual clergy to weigh in on that idea. Are you a swamp man or more specifically rice man? Hmm. I guess between swamp and rice, I'm definitely rice, aren't I? Rice is rice, isn't it? Hmm. Although I did have an origin story idea for the human form, which is which kind of ties it how I like formed my own connections to the sun and whatnot. I don't know. That might be an interesting thing to explore once I don't no longer have like 50 billion things on the go. Also, I do need to add a few more shadows to some of this just to. Yeah, there we go. Actually, hang on. I've got an idea. Can't I just kind of reach over and grab using the marquee tool, just grab these two, use the marquee tool to move those down and to the left a little bit, and then in that layer that I was using earlier, just kind of, yeah, there we go. We have reached peak efficiency. Eh, don't make jokes like that. Those aren't funny. I don't know. Like I said, I'm not super up to date on my like Catholic theology, but I'm pretty sure everybody you know, if such a thing as a soul does exist, I don't think it's a particularly exclusive club. You know, like I said, I still got a little bit of Catholic in me, so I take shit like souls and whatnot very seriously, or at least more seriously than some people do. I don't know. Maybe that makes me a little bit of a party pooper, but it's just how I live. Okay, add this one here. Yeah, this was way easier than I become a vampire when I die. Hmm. What I am gonna say is that maybe like research that myth about like the ginger thing because I don't think it's got some particularly fun origins. I'm just saying like before you do you like talk about those myths, just check up on their origins a little bit and then maybe try and get back to that. I don't know though. Being a vampire though, huh? I think by definition, if I become a vampire, I'm already screwed. Okay, then adding this one here. I don't know. What is the funniest myth about like what happens when you die? Like which leading school of thought about like what happens to your body after death? You know, besides obviously decomposition. Which one of those is like the one that people think are like, yeah, that's kind of fun. I don't know. I feel like we should just be allowed to put the fun in funeral if we're going to be all mopey about it. You know, a little bit of miscreantism before death is perfectly acceptable. I think if you would live in your parents' basement, it would not be so bad being a vampire. That's true. Yeah, I think a lot of the big negatives about being a vampire get canceled out if you have like a decent support network. It always pisses me off in stories about like, oh yeah, this guy's an immortal vampire, so of course he's like rich and has like stock holdings. Like everybody assumes that vampires are loaded. I know for a fact there has to be at least a few bum ass vampires running around out there, right? Like there's no way all of them are rich. Like there have to be at least one or two Nosferatus in the house that are just like perpetually and completely irrevocably broke. And I don't know. I guess that would also depend on like whether the vampire in question has like vampire friends that they could rely on, right? Because if they have that, right, then that changes the story a little bit, right? Because if they have vampire friends, then the vampire friends might also be able to like generate a support network. And since they're blood sucking fiends of the night, they don't really have a lot of like overhead costs besides like having a place to stay. So I reckon a company made up of vampires would actually be fairly successful, if somewhat unethical. Coming soon to a Steam store near you, Vampire Company, the exciting sequel to Lethal Company. Workplace vampire comedy called The Night Shift. That's fire. 100% a banger, Jupiter. Nice work out there. The Night Shift. That's really good. You should write that one down. I don't know. Would vampires be happy? Well, nobody. I don't think. I don't think anybody is happy working a 9 to 5. Frankly, Yeah, I think that would be a big turn off if like I were to be quote unquote courted by a vampire. I said most of them are really pasty and white, and I would just be concerned about their iron intake too much. I think like the vampire would be like, "My love, would you let me sequester you away into the night?" I'm like, "Buddy, you need to like eat some liver or something. I cannot be rocking with you if you look like you have never seen the light of our mother star." Yeah, I'm always excited when like movies and such don't try to like accurately portray vampires as fucked up little freaks, because I feel like that creates a very good, you know, I just like it when monster media isn't afraid to show like the monster side of things, like Twilight, Supernatural, and what have you. Those guys didn't really do much with like whatever monsters of the week they had, but like stuff like Nosferatu, stuff like Troll Hunters. You're set up for some kind of vamp story as a progeny of the sun. God, yeah, it's gonna be like season 7 of Pablo Risa VT. Is the season where Pabs dies and becomes an undead being of the night. I don't know. Frankly, I think I'd be much happier as a zombie. Wow, we are zombie. I don't know. I feel like zombies would just have more fun than vampires. I mean, yes, there's that whole thing about like thirsting after brains, but is that really any better than just being hungry for blood? God, yeah. Vampires should look a little bit more fucked up and old and dead looking. I don't know. Would I just be moldy rice? Is that gonna be like the Pab's undead experience, just like moldy rice? I did have like a creepy clown costume that I used for Halloween a long, long time ago, but like that wasn't even that creepy. It was just kind of cute. No more art unless you subscribe to certain beliefs about what Sambos get up to in their spare time. Yeah, unfortunately, I am gonna have to cancel my channel and kick and Krog unless you guys get really cool about a lot of murdery things very, very quickly. I remember reading this one webcomic a long time ago, and one of the panels that I will never forget is like how they talk about like how I don't remember the context of it. I don't remember what they were talking about actually. But one of the jokes was that like they like some dude was like about to murder one of the guy. I think he was talking about like how gullible he was, and like one of the characters in the comic was like, "All right, bud, can you stick out your jugular for me real quick?" And he was like, "Sure thing, man." Zombie themed recolor of the Pabst Crocs for Halloween. Yo, and we could make it like those like gummy worm Oreo crumble things. Hang on, like worms in the dirt. Hang on. Yeah. These things. This is like the Halloween variant of the Pabst soup crock. This would be the meals. I don't know. These are really cute to me. Okay, just paint some of these through. Training to kill someone in their sleep. 5 more. What? That's a bit violent, isn't it? Do you mean like if somebody says 5 more minutes, then they should just be subjected to a gauntlet? Like I know understand what you mean, I think, but I feel like it'd be funny. A funnier interpretation is like If somebody ever says 5 more minutes, that activates like a Amazon, not Siri. What Alexa? I'm so proud of myself actually that I forgot the name of like what an Alexa is called. I feel like that's progress. But anyway, yeah, imagine somebody like setting up some kind of like Rube Goldberg device powered by an Amazon Alexa just to like try and kill them if they say like 5 more minutes for sleep. It is the year 2032. Some YouTuber has created a scale model gummy sandworm in their backyard with a graham cracker dirt. That would go hard though. I don't know. Mega structure projects like that are kind of my jam. I would like to see it. God, they like get one of the costumes for from Dune too. Like they get like their own little still suit, and like they have a bunch of the spectators like start screaming out "Shai Hulud, Shai Hulud." What would be your dream giant food? Big mammoth type turkey leg sort of situation. Meat on the bone. I'm talking like one of those like anime meat on the bone things, but like as like big enough that like it dwarfs me. I want to be able to like I want to be able to like tear into that sucker. I want to be able to like chomp on that thing. I want to be able to like have to dig through it with my teeth. I think that would be an exciting experience for all of us. What's that one Tumblr post that's like if they saw the way I just ate a turkey right now, I would be imprisoned by the X Files. I would be like that. All right. I will get in there. I will be unafraid to get a little messy with it. Like the spectators will faint at the sight of my rampage. Bring that turkey leg to a Ren fair, heft it over your shoulder as if your guts, if he was a caveman whose club was meat. What a rich visual image you've painted with that sentence. Berserk, if Berserk was set in like caveman times, guts would just be called gruts. Remember when a bunch of Twitter users kept talking some stuff about like baby Gronk or what have you? What was up with that? That was like one of the few memes that I never got up to date with. I just kind of ignored it and eventually it went away. Grunts, grunts would be really good. I don't know. I like to think that I don't have too many old man yells at clouds kind of moment, but occasionally I do have one of those. You know, I'm starting to age into it. I'm turning 25 this year. I'm allowed to start being a little bit more crotchety about the newfangled what's happening with the kids. Everyone else at the hospital watching you eat something in the corner. Mm. I don't know. I don't know. I feel like hospitals are like one of the places I would be least comfortable eating something. It's okay. You gotta go do something in your yard in the downtime of the garage sale. That's true. Actually, I was thinking about like having like intermissions between the what do you call auction blocks where we could play Jackbox. I don't know if that's something that people would be interested in doing. You know, just like have like a couple of the auction blocks, have an intermission, have a couple more, then have the other intermission, stuff like that. Or if we should just like have all the auction blocks in one go and then just play stuff afterwards if we feel like it. Because the issue is that each auction is going to take about 3 minutes. I don't know how long it'll take to set up between auction times, but I'm going to set a timer for like 3 minutes for each auction. So hang on, what's up? What's wrong with that? Oh right, hang on. There we go. It was supposed to be a darker joke, but it would be too dark and not really safe for work. Don't, yeah. We like to keep it light around here, so I appreciate you toning it down. Thank you for that. Good work. I don't know. I can make some dark jokes from time to time, but I like to think that generally speaking, it's all just kind of very. It's much more on like the cartoony side of the spectrum around here. And how old? I'll be 25. I'm gonna be a. I'm gonna finally have hag privilege. God, getting older just does feel very strange. Once you're past 20, I remember every single time that I think about it too much, I'm like trying to keep that one Guillermo del Toro quote in my mind that he's like, okay, you're gonna be like lost in your life, you're gonna be feeling completely alienated, you're gonna be feeling super weird, and then you're gonna turn 30 and you're gonna be literally fine. You're gonna be fine. I don't know. I feel like I'm not set up for like an apps like a smashing success, but I am set up for like a pretty stable life. I don't know, 5, 6 years out from there. Remember, make sounds when you stand and sits. It's the law. Hoorah! Yes, sir. Man, this frosting has taken a while to fill in, but it'll be worth it. God, I I was talking about the like a bunch of the spectators at the gummy worm unveiling being like Shai Hulud. Now I'm just imagining. I saw this video on Tumblr the other day of this guy walking around. He had like a couple of like dudes at a taco truck or something, like some kind of food truck, heckling him, being like Burger King," like with very obvious Spanish accents, and like they were yelling like Burger King," and like the guy flips the camera's perspective to show that he is in fact dressed like a king, and he looks a lot like the Burger King. Remember when like some dude posted his outfit to like one of those like image boards, and he was like rate my fit, and one dude it came out of the gate swinging and said like you look like a Pepsi Max. Legendary hater moments to me. What? Yeah, some dude. Some he was basically dressed like okay, so he had a black leather jacket, black jeans, black shirt, and the shirt had like a blue and red circular geometric symbol on it. And so somebody said that he looked like a Pepsi Max, which, for the record, looks like this. And they were right. He did look a lot like a Pepsi Max. And I'm so glad that Pepsi moved away from this logo. This shit was garbage. I know somebody worked very hard on that design too, but like I cannot vibe with it. Unfortunately, I can't. I will not subject myself to it. I don't know. When's it gonna be acceptable to like start dressing like? Well, I mean, it's always been acceptable, but when are the TikTok fast fashion people gonna finally co-opt like Ren Fair and medieval clothing? Like, what? How can we make that the next big thing? Because I kind of want a cloak. Like, I bought myself a sleeping bag poncho to wear around the house during chillier days, and it's come in clutch a couple of times. But I kind of want something that's durable enough to like bring outside, you know? Okay, I think we're done shading the donut. Phew. All right. Next up is the tool glass of water. This is going to be challenging. Then we have the soup cup, and then we have the sun ice cream. All right, I think we could probably finish this within the next hour or so. Hmm. All right, I'm going to keep this in a folder up here. And I'm going to put the shading stuff on top of that. All right, so here's my call so far. I'm going to obviously make the bottom of the cup a little bit darker. Maybe a bit more saturated. Or maybe increase the contrast a little bit. That might be the key to victory here. Tone correction, brightness contrast, increase contrast. There we go. We need medieval armor. That would go pretty hard. I don't know, being able to have like low intensity armor, I feel like if more people were allowed to just walk around with like low rated armor that could just like stop a knife or something, I feel like we like some people's anxieties levels would go way down. Yeah, very quickly, fashion magazines are gonna start selling like build guides for Dark Souls. Yeah, like now this is the latest from from Coco Chanel. This is a more full-bodied armor piece, so unfortunately, you will be fat rolling once you have it equipped. But it will be. But I think it's worth it just for like the sheer versatility of the chainmail. How to armor. Hmm. I don't imagine learning how to make armor is that inaccessible. Well, no, actually. Making cosplay armor should be accessible, but as for actual armor that you can like wear, that might prove to be a little bit more challenging. I'm sure there's a YouTube tutorial out there somewhere for how to make chainmail, so you can start small with that. Although it might take a minute. Then again, it's not like you need full plates of armor like right away, right? If you have like say Jacklink armor or something like that, I think they're called Jacklinks. Let me look it up. Jacklink is the name of the jerky company, but I'm thinking of an armor type. No, no. Plate link armor. Wait, here we go. Oh, they're not Jack Links, they're Jack Chains. But would it sell in the USA? I feel like it would. Hang on. Yeah, something like this, right? If you make this, I feel like that shouldn't be too hard to make. Just a couple plates and a couple of like sausage shaped metal things, plus whatever rings you'd need for it. Now, though, the more difficult part would probably be like making the actual gambeson underneath that. That might prove to be a little bit more challenging. I don't know. Hemo's actually pretty big these days, so I don't think there wouldn't be like zero popularity. Although whether or not it's popular in the US, that's more difficult to say. I don't know. I don't have my finger on the pulse of like the US market metrics for demand for small, lightweight personal armor. Although I know like I would be much more comfortable walking outside if I knew that I was impervious to most forms of physical damage. I don't know. The cops would probably get all huffy about it being like a way to facilitate crime, whatever. And I'm in the UK. You just need chainmail to stop the stabs. Yeah. Now that would probably work. Just like some chainmail, maybe a magazine rolled up into your coat pocket too for some stuffing. That's like that's like a trick, like in JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. That's what Jotaro used to stop all those knives that Dio threw at him, which is super stupid, but but it fits his character very well. You know, it's very much as sort of like the delinquent tactic, but it's if it works, right? Maybe some like green tones for like the highlights. I don't know if that works. Let me try to flip around with the hues a little bit. Yeah, I think just sticking to blue will be the right choice. Yeah, that's true. We can't have JoJo is contractually obligated to be at least a little bit kind of dumb in some of its plot points. That's what makes it unique. Hmm, let me make this like green again, or I don't know. Maybe we can make it purple or pink. No, no, no. We shouldn't try to play too much. Maybe just this kind of cyan color would be good for the highlights. Hmm. I know what I'm doing right now might not make too much sense, but I promise it'll be really cool. So what I'm working on right now is a kind of outer shine for the bottle, and hopefully that's going to look pretty sick. But it might not, so I need to cover my bases. Yeah, I'm not about to forget that time Giorno turned a gun into a banana and made a dude blow his head, blow his own head off with it. I'm not about to forget all that. Man, what the fuck was happening in part five anyway? That part five is like one of the few JoJo parts I've read into full completion. Like I've read Phantom Blood and Battle Tendency, and then I read part five before the anime came out. I still don't know what the fuck was going on in some parts of part five. I don't think you know what. I don't think they were in the mafia to begin with. I don't think those gentlemen were in organized crime whatsoever. I will say my favorite character from part five is Naransia. I like that. I like that guy. He's like just dumb enough to be endearing, but not enough that it's like actively like an annoying thing to have to deal with. Although I'm sure that some people would disagree with me, but I don't know. Naransia seems is a cool guy to me. Okay, and over here. How many drugs do you think there was on when they made part five? The problem is that part five was made on drugs is an issue because like while all of it is extremely weird, all of it feels also particularly lucid. That's the thing about JoJo. It's like it's you can't ask what drugs were they on when they made this because the problem is that all of it feels so like logic, like bound by its own internal logic that it all just feels like very consistent, even though none of it should be. Like by it doesn't make any damn sense, but it does compel you though. What were they not on? Hmm. I think that's actually a much more compelling question. I don't know. What's like the opposite of drugs? What kind of sobering substances were they on? Coffee would be one, but hmm. I don't know. They were on oatmeal when they made those scenes. The closest thing that I can think of to being the opposite of drugs is like oatmeal and graham crackers because those were like designed to like reduce desire. I think coffee is a drug. Yeah, I was about to say caffeine technically counts as a drug, so I don't think we're allowed to use that one. And having this one here in the middle. And I don't know. That's always been like a huge gotcha thing, right? For people who are like, oh, coffee is the most is like the most. I don't know. Whenever people are trying to point out the hypocrisy of coffee, I just have to roll my eyes a little bit. My non-existent, but nevertheless very metaphorically real set of eyes. I don't know. That argument just never held water with me because trying to compare coffee to most, like hard drugs is a little bit, like coffee still hurts your teeth, but it's not like levels of methamphetamine bad. It's like a false equivalence more or less. Although I do agree that coffee is like caffeine addiction is a very normalized aspect of society. At that point, at least, I understand where they're coming from. It's not a good thing that we have to rely on coffee to like get through the day. But coffee is relatively speaking not quite harmful, so I don't really see the issue with it. Let me play around with the tone, with the contrast on these because it's a little bit much right now. I didn't end up making it lighter, but you know what? This works also. Okay, then add a bit of shadow for this. What kind of shadow should I add to like what tone of shadow? Maybe like something blue again. Yeah, that makes sense to me. Hmm. I almost kind of want to like add a little bit of like a see-through. Hang on, there's something here that's happened. No, hang on. What's weird? That's a little weird. What's? Oh, I see. Hang on. Pull it from layer. Hmm. There's like this weird lump here that I want to. Oh wait, maybe I can just like blur it out. Yeah, that worked. Okay, so maybe on top of this part here. Hang on. Select color gamut. This one. I kind of want to add a few scratches, right? Like a little bit of tone hatching right around that area because I want to have like a little bit of the glass peeking through. And then we can use the soft eraser for like closer to the middle here. Just like go in there in like random places. I feel like that creates a nice kind of see-through effect for the whites of the eyes there. Okay, then hmm, okay. Yeah, just like this for the little dollops on top. I could use the marquee tool to make this go a little bit faster, but I'm not in that much of a rush. But maybe I should be. Okay, then we put this here. What the hell is this? Hold up. Pause the record. What's this? Oh, hey, Cannon, what's up? Or common. I forgot which one you prefer to go by. Yeah, how are you? How is your day? Which one of these fucking layers am I? I'm working on some of the confectionaries for the posture check. Thank you. Oh, I was actually slouching pretty bad right there. I was like on that like sideways lean thing. That helped a lot. Thank you. Took a little stretch break there. Oh, and a rice piece? All right, you got it. Coming right up. Yeah, the tool's Sunday. Yeah, I did some research with my parents after stream to remember what the hell it was thinking of, and like we the best we came up with is like this one Mexican thing called like espumilla. Hang on, espumilla mexicana. Mexico. No, those are all Ecuadorian. Ecuadorianas. Where? Hmm. Mexican espumilla. I've been good. How have you been? I've been doing well as well. You know, I've been kind of hustling to get the preparations done in time for the weekend. But I found out that there like I have tomorrow off from work, which is going to be helping a lot. Okay, all of these hits are for Ecuadorian Espumilla, which is not what I need right now. So I'm gonna give up on that. Hang on, can't I just like grab whatever this is and can I get in there? I think I can do that. Hang on. There we go. All right, perfect. All right, is there any other things that I should know about or worry about? Okay, no, I think we're good. Which part? Which one of these has the shading on top? Oh, it's this one. Okay. Oh yeah. You weren't here when we started these on Tuesday, but comment which one, what is your like favorite or like go to carnival food? Like what is like if you had any like fairgrounds food or carnival food that you could get your pick of, what do you think would be your main dish? We had a couple of discussions about like what we would each what we each associate with like quote unquote carnival food or like fair food. So I was curious to get your thoughts as well. Like if you have like one or two like shall we say platonic ideals of what makes up carnival food. Oh my, check that out. I'm kind of basic and I love ice cream, so maybe regular soft serve. But my first thoughts were cotton candy and funnel cake. Oh, interesting. Yeah, I think Bunny also brought up funnel cake, so that must be a pretty popular one. But yeah, cotton candy is super good. Yeah, no, nothing wrong with keeping it simple after all. Okay, then maybe a couple here. And on top of that, we can also make like some shadows for the kind of rim on the glass. I want to add like rock sand to it, or I don't know, some kind of rock arrangement. Cotton candy is so fair coated. You have to be eating it while kids are screaming in the background on a ride. True. That does feel like the optimal method for consumption. Okay, then put this like this. I'm sure you've already mentioned it, but what made you decide to unaffiliate? Basically, the ads. It is 100% the ads. The ads are like the main driver of me being like, all right, this is enough. Because like I wasn't really conscious of them before, right? Because I didn't I didn't have the ad manager before, but eventually I was like, oh wow, we've been playing like 3 minutes of ad every single stream without me knowing. Let's bump that down to 30 seconds of ad every hour. And but like then I became conscious of it and I like realized how much it fucks up my flow sometimes because I feel like I can't be funny during that time, right? Because people who might be getting interrupted by ads, they don't know what I'm talking about. They're gonna come back to me like setting up a knock joke and then being like 300 meters away. So because that really irked me, like on a conceptual level, like even though it might be a little bit irrational, I know there's ways around it, right? Like you can like save a joke for later. You can like set it up so there's no pre-roll ads and whatnot. But I am not really feeling any of those solutions. I found out that if you're unaffiliated, if you're just like a non-affiliate streamer, you don't. I think if you're a partner as well, you don't have to like pre-roll ads. Like you can choose to not do that, and that was my main motivation for it. That the idea that I can just like do that and not have to subject people to ads was a pretty big inspiration. So yeah, for a succinct answer, I was tired of having to play ads throughout the stream. So I decided to do something about it. The idea of the send off stream came when I realized that like a bunch of people probably had like unspent channel points, so I also wanted to do like some kind of send off for it. I don't know. It probably made it a little bit more dramatic than it needed to be, but it's good for the spectacle. I look forward to joining the garage sale on Saturday. Yeah, I look forward to seeing you there. And oh, and then like this. Okay, then add this. The auction sounds like such a fun time. Plus, you get to set up all sorts of things to signing for it. Yeah, as much as I'm like, oh man, I'm leaving these all to the last second. I'm having a blast making assets and just ideas for like what can go in the auction. Some of it was a little bit harder to figure out though. You know, some of the items for like the different auction blocks, for example, I had like a mishmash of different ideas for like what I could sell off at the auction that people would conceivably want to get their paws on. But for example, I didn't know how to group them together in a good way. Thank you. I appreciate that. It's honestly really touching how pumped everybody seems to be for this. I'm really appreciating the hype. So thank you all for like thank you all for supporting me. You know, I think I don't say that enough. Thank you all very much for supporting me. You know, I know I end up every scene being like, thank everybody for coming by, but I think like I don't always appreciate just how much creative support I get here. So thank you all very much for that. It really means a lot to me, and it really is just like a further proof that like this is the right decision. I don't know, like I really do feel motivated to like do right by the people who are watching this channel. And I don't know, maybe that's made me more responsible or something. I don't know. It's strange. Normally, when people become live streamers, they become less responsible about their personal choices. I've actually become quite a bit more conscious of mine. I think that's a good thing. Hmm. Oh wait, I have an idea. Where is this? Oh, here we go. And like that. And we can have a couple of like little. Hang on. I should probably do this on a different layer. Is there like a? I think that there's like a noise spray that lets me. Yeah, droplet. There we go. Yeah, there we go. God, this is looking so cool. I think like out of all the different like concession items, I think the tool cup is the one that I feel like I cooked with the hardest, so to speak. God, I'm so glad Jupiter came up with the original concept for this. The blue on the bottom is bothering me now. Hang on. Let me like. I almost want to make the blue on the bottom more like. How do I do this? Okay, maybe I start over here, right? Ooh, interesting. Okay. Huh. Maybe if I shift these over more towards like the green side, maybe they'll also have a similar idea. Yeah, not too much, not too much. Just like a little nudge. It's like the smallest little nudge. Then tonal correction, brightness slash contrast may increase the brightness and the contrast, or may decrease the contrast, decrease the brightness. A little bit something in between. I don't know. Maybe if I just like, no. Unless no. Oh god, but I don't want to go back to that though. Hang on. Colors are so complicated. Hmm. I had the tool cup be a joke about how kind of blunt it is. Water, drink up. This is really elevating in a different direction. I'd love to see it become real. Hmm. I wonder what kind of resources I would need to make that happen. Like I could just do like a cooking stream and make one myself like that way. Yeah, the Baskins. God, I miss that Baskins drink more than I would care to admit. The ultimate hydrate. Yeah, this is gonna be once I start pulling in 40K for like triple like a sextuple figure income from streaming. This is gonna be like what's gonna be on the hydrate redeem. Hang on. Let me surgically remove this part here and put it on top like this. And also paint it the same color as this thing. Rasterize that. I think we can merge it with a layer above too. Why not? Hmm. Maybe a little bit of like a gap right here, but before like it hits. No, no, no. Hmm. Maybe what I could do, right, is add like a very light, maybe like opacity 64 on here. No, opacity 42. Close enough. Yeah, I'll take that. Then right here, use a soft eraser for this. That looks a little nicer. Now I'm just wondering what to do for the one down here because like I also want to make this one look nice, but I don't know how to do that. Also, I forgot that I have the opacity set to like 64%. Let's try that again. There we go. What if like shrink the width? Try this. I feel like we're on the verge of something fantastic. I feel like we're very close to finding out what we need to do exactly. Hmm. Nah, maybe we need to go like a different direction. Like, hang on, what is? Hey, get a little nutty with it and use like a purple noise. No, that's not working. Anything like this? No, no, that's also not working. Unless, hang on. Uh, no, that's not helping. Hang on, what if I kind of just got in there? Hang on. God, it looks so naked without the shading now. That's how I know I did a really good job in the shading. It's like if I take off the shading, it'll look like an entirely different picture. Okay, then over here we're gonna do like gradient erase. Maybe Hmm. Okay, I think that did it. Then the only issue is that now it doesn't look enough like the one above it. So maybe if I hang on. I don't know why I'm struggling so much with this. It's hard. It's hard. It's a little bit hard. And then maybe just increase the brightness a little bit. I think the problem is that it doesn't look enough like there's a clearly defined border for the bottom. This looks like a continuation of this part. You know what I mean? So how do I make it more obvious that this is like an entirely different plane? Hmm. Hang on, I've got an idea. Let me take these out of this layer so that we can experiment on them a little bit more freely. And let me try and hit them with the gradient map. We might get to understand something about it. Huh. Making it a lighter color. I hadn't considered this actually. But it kind of works, right? Like, this is kind of working for me. Hang on, let me play around with it a little more. Okay, yeah. This works. Like, if you look at it from a distance, that makes sense to me visually now. Like, that doesn't look like a continuation of the bottom part anymore. All right, fabulous. God, I'm so happy when things work out for me. Genuinely, a consistent theme throughout my life is that good things have happened to me in such like weirdly convenient ways that I am almost convinced that there has to be somebody like moving the needle in my favor. Somebody's playing favorites up there. I'm not gonna lie. Although, hmm, this part's a little bit more vexing too. I need to reduce the hardness of the liquify tool. Okay, grab this color. Okay, then over here. Yeah, okay. Okay, I'm feeling much better now. Right, where's the shading? Okay, this one. I want to make this one a little bit more harsh as well. Is there a way to like, hang on. Also, what is up with this? Hang on, what's this? This part here, what is that? Wait, what's this? You know what? I turned this one off initially. Wait, what if I? Hang on. Let me flip through the. Yo, wait, that actually looks kind of sick. Let me flip through the blending modes for this one layer to see if it can still be salvaged somehow. But I don't know. I'm thinking of just taking it out. I kind of like this. The benefit of having OBS is a very tiny screen on my left-hand side whenever I need to, that I can look at whenever I need to. Is that it also helps me see like whether things are distinguishable from a distance. Okay, yeah, I think we're gonna keep it. Okay, then. All right, select the color from layer. Actually, let me play around with it a little bit more. Maybe there's another view that we can use that'll make it a little bit more obvious that this is a shadow. Yeah, like this one. Okay. Oh, wait, I think I know what's missing from here, from this picture. All right, let me go to wherever the shading for the ice is. Okay. Let me add a slightly darker thing here that we can just have right on top of this part here. Just to communicate like that. Again, it's looking a little bit too much like it's all on the same level, so I want to have it be more obvious that it's on this is like the rim of the cup. Ooh, okay, very good. Now we have left to do is the gummies and all the other stuff up here, which is hopefully going to be relatively easier. I don't know how hard could it be to shade ice cream? Come on, come on. How hard could it be to shade ice cream? Okay, then on the inside here. I almost kind of want to use like one of those like wet brushes or like, oh wait, what does this one do? Oh, ho 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 ho. Not bad, shorty. I've never really taken advantage of the pencil tools in Clip Studio Paint, so this is going to be an exciting learning experience. Okay, then use the eraser tool. I love that's one of the cool fringe benefits of doing like more ambitious stuff like this is that I learn all kinds of new tricks that almost always help me out in one way or another. Like, to set up the auction thing, I had to learn to use StreamerBot, and that's been working for me way better than anything like Mix It Up has. Hmm. Hmm. No, not quite. I also wanted to add like a streak of jam right here because I wanted to look like that shooting star ice cream. What pisses me off about shooting star ice cream flavor from Baskin Robbins is that it's one of those foods that even if I were to import it, it wouldn't be able to like eat it because it's ice cream. It would melt. Yeah. Like just look at that. With the little like things of jam or I don't know, frosted cherry that they have in there. Hmm. If I felt like a real hater, I would make this like chocolate mint ice cream, just to stir up a little bit of controversy. I personally like chocolate mint ice cream, but I don't really. I don't. I think it's one of those more divisive flavors, right? It's like pineapple on pizza kind of deal. You need to pirate that ice cream now. It'll be like one of those like black markets, but for like rare ice cream flavors. Back in the day, we used to have rum runners going back from place to place, selling rum at unbelievably cheap prices. Now I'm here to do that for the exotic snack market. Yeah, chocolate mint is like one of those inoffensive flavors. Not my favorite, but like also, I don't have like a vendetta against it. I don't know I don't know. I haven't met an ice cream flavor that I don't really like just yet. If it exists, I've forgotten it for sure. Hmm. Cream runners, if you will. Well, hmm. Maybe we can workshop the name a little bit. We don't need to name ourselves right away. Maybe we can just call ourselves pirates or something. Maybe that would be the right idea. That would be the right move, maybe. You know, going reconsidering my options. Maybe staying on the right side of the law might not be such a bad thing after all. Really, really considering like really weighing my options. Cream pirates. That sounds like a One Piece gang. In fact, I will bet you right now that there exists a One Piece, an unofficial like, or like a non-canon One Piece group called the Cream Pirates. Okay, so there are no cream pirates, but there is a cream devil fruit eaten by Charlotte Opera. Hmm. All right. And apparently he can use the heat of the cream to like burn people, which is cool. That it goes from yokai watch looking different. Yeah, he really had to do some crazy body morphing for his role in One Piece. Yeah, he had to do that Hugh Jackman thing where he like lost 80 pounds in like 3 months to be fit for the role. It's never healthy, but it does take an impressive amount of effort and skill. Hot cream, hot sugar, technically in the afternoon. That's what I read on the One Piece wiki. If you want to accuse if somebody is to cry out Gooner, blame them, not me. No water for 2 days or whatever. Yeah, exactly. Being an actor sure is tough. Hmm. Okay, and then maybe like dark blue, darker blue for this part. I don't know. What did like those donut gummies look like? I can accept it in coffee, I guess, but on its own, I always think of cream as cruel. A Cool Whip, even. Mmm. Oh, I mean, there is creme brulee, right? Like those like burnt cream dishes. So I can, but that's like a different. That's almost like a custard rather than a cream, right? Hmm. It's hard to say. Oh yeah, we're also gonna need to like do some other stuff for this one. What about? I kind of like it. I kind of like having it be like a more peaceful color. I don't know. Maybe we can just do a little bit of like Baja blasting for it. Lightly blasted. You try and do a shirtless muscle man scene for a flick, and it turns into Kirimochi. God, yeah. It's not technically cream. It's like custard. Potato, potato. Okay, that over here. Hmm. How can I make it look less blue? Or hang on, maybe if I mess around with the contrast, what's that gonna do? Ooh, that's not good. Okay, maybe lower the brightness a little bit. Oh yeah, now we're cooking. Oh wait, here we go. I've added so many layers. I'm very anxious to work on like the same layer for too much of this, so because I want to be able to like go back and tweak it a little bit, but it's making it increasingly difficult to navigate. I wanted to make these like gumballs, so like with cool little streaks inside of them too. Hmm. I might compress the color layers into one thing and then hit it with a gradient map just to be sure. Recalling a childhood memory when somebody had given me a gumball, but I thought they handed me a bouncy ball. Gum, meat floor. Oops. Oops, indeed. That's a shame. You're like, yay! And then you bounce it and like a normal rubber ball and it just shatters. That's kind of sad, but also really funny. All right, let's see here. What do I got in terms of color patterns that would fit a good kind of like gumball thing? Oh, I know, the Milky Way. No. We need something more like emotional, more like hmm. I'm halfway tempted to just hit him with the normal camouflage. Yeah, what the hell? Hang on. I gotta hmm. How do I make it like oh, there we go. This is kind of what I wanted. Just a little bit of texture on those bad boys, you know? And then a little bit of whipped cream. Maybe a slightly different color. I don't know. That one's not really showing up too well. Oh yeah, there we go. Hmm. No, not quite. All right, that works for me. And then we can just have a little bit of shading for this, and we should be ready to go with the tool glass. Hmm. And then over here. The problem is that this one's already basically at full, what do you call, saturation. So my usual tricks aren't going to work here. And then maybe we can have like just some pure white. Oh wait, but that wouldn't work. You know what? It's fine as is. That is a fine looking drink, if I do say so myself. All right, let me stuff all of these color layers into one folder, and then duplicate that, and then put that all. That looks different than it did before, doesn't it? Am I crazy? Am I missing something? Oh, it's the right. It's this thing. Okay, never mind then. Well, let me duplicate this, merge these layers, copy and paste that. Hang on, I missed the spot. Let me just go back and fix that real quick. There we go. The rune does look pretty good. I'm very proud of it. Although I do, hang on, before I proceed, I do need to go back and decorate the donuts too with the little droplets of white. There we go. All right. Get into the folder, all of you. Merge, paste, merge, paste. All right, tonal correction, gradient map. I think this would be a mighty fun idea. Hang on. I don't know. It loses a bit of it, like its neon punch this way. Yeah, just a little bit. I think that's our guy. I think this is what we lock in with. Very proud of how this one came out. Looking quite good. Time to work on my face. God, this one's gonna be so much easier. Much fewer moving parts, you see. BC looks cute, doesn't he? It's adorable. All right. Rice piece is drowning. Nah, he's chilling. Those are his hooves. Or its hooves, I guess. I don't know if this is a problem that anybody else has for their OC. Y'all have ever have problems like defining your OC's gender? Like, I'll make a guy now, and I'll be like, all right, they're a woman. They're a man? I don't know. They non-binary? Google, how long does it take to learn to make ceramics so I can make the Pabsville real? You know, I have been wondering what to do, like, for some of the stretch rewards for like the point totals. Maybe one of those can be like a ceramics stream. I can try to make a tiny rice piece and a tiny Pabst bowl. I don't know. I wonder if my oven is hot enough to fire like actual clay projects. And I wish I had some kind of terry cloth texture. The best I can do is like a little bit of cross hatching here at the bottom. Something screwy is happening here at the bottom. Also, does that work? I don't think it does. Okay, and over this. I wonder how long does it take to get good at ceramics? My main issue with ceramics wasn't the actual sculpting part, but always like making sure the thing that I put in the kiln didn't explode. That was my ultimate weakness, just not being able to. What the hell happened here? Must have gotten to it while I was doing some of the other parts. Whoops. Like my issue wasn't like the sculpting part. My part was sculpting it in such a way that it didn't have holes in it. When I try to throw that thing into the fiery pits. Into ye smoky abysses. I need to make this less saturated so it looks a little bit more ceramic-y. Those darn explosive kilns, yeah. I fucked up and got the kiln model that blows up the things that I'm trying to cook. Awful investment on the community center's part, if you ask me. They really should vet those purchases a little bit better. Yeah, here's a tip: get the non-explodey kilns. That's the one. Everybody says like, no, you have to have patience. You have to have like strong, accurate hands to really sculpt. What they don't tell you is that you also do need to get the explosion-proof kiln. That is like a vital, crucial part to being a good claysmith. Is that you should just not let your creations explode. If it was me, I would not have let that thing explode. I would have handled it. But no, instead, like a fool, I just left it to that stupid ass explosive kiln. And now look at me. Well, I would have something to look at if this wasn't all the way back in like high school that I made that thing. I think I tried to make like an apple or something. Yeah, they're working with a minimal budget. I guess I should cut them some slack for that. It's not like they chose to have only enough money to afford the explosive kilns. That wasn't on them. Yeah, that's why I was smart and bought the non-explosive pan tablets too. I don't know who keeps selling these explosive artistic devices out in the market. I don't know what kind of sick fuck keeps putting them on there, but yeah, buyer beware for explosive artisanal tools. Yeah, I remember when Wacom revealed their first set of lines of like exploding tablets. Those were a pretty harsh market failure. Let me tell you, you can still find some of them kicking around on eBay even now. Explosive pen tablets does sound like a tool plot. God, yeah. I sit down to work on some drawings for the day and tools and I hook up my pen tablet and it immediately explodes in a puff of cartoon smoke. And like out of the vent, Tool's like, "Ha, stupid Ryza man! I've replaced all of your daily necessities with explosive variants. Prepare yourself." I'm like, "All right, bud. Thanks, man. That's great." And then I go to like the bathroom to wash off my face, and I turn on the sink, and it also explodes. Foolish Ryza man! I also laced your water with cesium. I feel like I should be allowed access to pure cesium, just as a treat. I feel like I've earned it. God, I've mentioned. I think I've brought up the story before. There's like this big book of scientific of like chemicals and like the ways they interact with other chemicals and the situations where those chemicals become volatile. And the entry for cesium for like situation for like things that react poorly with it is everything. Plot to turn up the heat on you in a hot tub or sauna, forgetting that it simply makes your rice perfectly cooked. Yeah. They call me thermostat the way I keep it 100, and also my central heating is busted. Yeah. That's why I made one of the subcategories on one of the auction blocks all about explosives or all about explosions. I do kind of crave the flame, I'm not gonna lie. My ass is kind of hankering for a good fire. Sadly, because of woke, we can't have fire anymore. God. Again, I really need to stop making that joke before somebody takes it seriously, but it's so funny. Yeah, the fascist eagle from earlier, which was eating Prometheus's liver every single day, has now retired and has become a liberal. So unfortunately, now we can't, we it has Prometheus has had enough time to rescind the gift of fire because of woke tool. You're right; it's kind of a default. That's true. Mm, maybe using the gradient for this one. I like how I haven't even touched the bowl or its contents proper yet. Evil version of Tool called Tool. Guy who's kind of a tool. Fun fact, that was actually one of the ideas that I had for like a bit involving Tool's name. Is that I would like the problem is that Tool, like TUL, is like a shortened form of situla, which is the Latin word for bucket. So the problem is that because I use that as an idea for like Tool's name, the bit is also that they're a bit of a tool to Pabs. Part of the bit is that they're mean to me. I don't know. Nicey's version of Tool called Tool, who just wants to be a ballerina. That would be kind of cute, actually. All of us in like kind of like a nutcracker recital kind of situation where we have to put on the best talent show the neighborhood's ever seen to save the school, sort of thing, and we all just have to prepare for our parts in a play. Rice Beast is the lead actress. The sun is providing visual effects. I'm a tree in the background. God, because I have like a very good like bombastic voice, right? I can really ham it up if I need to, like that, right? Whenever I joined in on like school plays, they would always like cast me as like some kind of very high energy or like very shouty character, shouty like encouraging kind of thing. But I kind of wanted to be a tree at one point. I kind of wanted the experience of just being a tree in a school play. I think I would vibe with that. Okay, then over here. Make your own dreams come true by casting yourself as a tree. Exactly. For some people, wish fulfillment looks like making their characters like a self insert. For some people, wish fulfillment looks like finally going out and seeing the world. For me, wish fulfillment it involves like putting my own character in increasingly hilarious hijinks. I don't know. I don't know what this says about me, but I've kind of made a rule for myself that whenever I make like a comic including Pabs or whoever in the cast is in there, Pabs can't be too much of a badass. Like I feel like if I make Pabs too cool, it ruins the character a little bit. Like I'm cool. I understand that I'm cool. It is unfortunately a terminal condition that I'm cool as fuck. But like I want to let Pabs the character be like a little bit of a loser. I don't know. It feels cosmically right to let that guy be a little bit pathetic with it. The careful balance of cool, funny, and badass balance of loserhood, but of the joke and clumsy. You understand. You've got it exactly. Like I don't want to like hype myself up too much, but I do want to like make it funny. I think rather than putting it in terms of like loser or cool or what have you, I just don't want to be boring. I don't, and I feel like the best way to do that is to make sure that I don't have like, I can't just like kamehameha my way out of everything. I very much work on like Doctor Slump character power levels where I only win if it'll be more entertaining or funny. Watch out, he's a gag character. God. Hmm. I need to like let this follow the curve from my hand a little bit so I can make the kind of rim of the bowl. Hmm. All right, let's use this kind of like wibbly wobbly pen. Okay, then over here. Can't be too cool as a somewhat shared struggle, but it is funny trying to balance between that and wait, no, don't take it in the other direction. Weak slash useless. Yeah, that is also the other thing, right? Like, and I think that part of that is using like an attitude sort of thing. Moe through helplessness. Curse of everything has to be implied as a mysterious character. Yeah, I feel like part of it is also like the attitude you give the character about it, because I feel like also to kind of like peel back the curtain a little bit. I always try to make Pabs be very positive, especially in like the comics. He's never like too down on anything, even though like even if in like situations where like he's definitely gonna lose, he can't be too down on anything. And I think that's also part of it. It's just like even I think that's the best way to make it so that he looks like he's winning, even if he's losing, or it kind of keeps the vibes good. It's just to have the character be positive. Just and that I think that's part of the reason why I always make Pabs smile is just because like that way it's very clear that like he's just having fun. Like yeah, he's not winning, but he's having fun. Yeah, another one of these just over here. Pabs having a good time, and you should too. Yeah, exactly. I don't know. I want to be able to keep that spirit, right? Of like smiling even in kind of weird or strange or bleak situations. Just like having that little smile on your face. Sometimes it can be interpreted as a shit-eating grin, but like that's just how it goes sometimes. Also, I am kind of killing it with a rendering on this highlight. What the fuck? And right here. Okay, grab this. Take this. Wait, no, that's the wrong thing. There we go. And use the liquify tool to bring it around. But yeah, that's a little bit of like the philosophy that goes on behind the scenes for like whenever I'm drawing something or whatever, I'm trying to like make stuff with Pabs and the cast as characters. Okay, then put this back here. Yeah, a lot of it is partly based on like the design document that of like when they back when SpongeBob was like still in like development and being called like Sponge Boy or something. There was like this one document that outlined like that Sponge Boy is not like he's kind of a fumbler. He's kind of goofy with it, but he's never like negative. And I think that one was like the kind of like light switch that flipped on in my head that like yeah, that's kind of like the character that I want to make. That's kind of what the vibe that I want to give out to people. No, that doesn't make sense. Hang on. The shading, I mean, the vibe thing is like my own thing. Okay, then over here. over here. Putting you in SpongeBob type situations. The ideal, that is like ideal. Except working a service food job. The issue is that, like, as funny as it would be to be in a SpongeBob type situation, I feel like a food service job would eat me alive. Underwater temple, underwater rice. Pineapple rice isn't too bad though. I think people could get behind that initiative. Okay, then over here. Got it. I saw some people post clips the other day on a slightly unrelated topic. I remember seeing some people post clips of like the regular show because folks were reminiscing on it, and I kind of wanted to rewatch some of that series now. Probably not all of it, but it did like give me a little bit of nostalgia for it. Tool, you're my Squidward. What? That's another thing I need to do. I need to figure out like what kind of voice I need to give to Tool. God, yeah, it would be just like that, like Jesse and Walter talking in the diner bit. I'd be like, yeah, I'm totally a Sponge Max underwater head. I'm like, and you're definitely like the Squidward in this analogy, and Tool just like is just like eating her waffle sandwich and being like, what the fuck are you talking about? Rice Man, stop talking crazy or I'll punch you in the face. I don't know. As funny as it would be to like let Tool be kind of like completely clueless about the internet, I also consider the two strong possibilities of Tool being addicted to sugar and also Tool being an iPad baby. Because like the thing is, right, Tool's whole thing is that she's kind of like a Shadow the Hedgehog kind of thing, where she was created in a lab to defeat me. Well, no, Shadow was created as an ultimate life form. He just happened to be a hedgehog, I think. And so like even though she has like proper awareness, I feel like she also doesn't have like she would also be very much like into Zoomer culture because of that. Tsundere about paying attention to the rice beast watching Bluey. God, I do actually like the idea of Tool getting along really well with the rice beast. Like even though they're supposedly on like opposite sides, I like the idea that Tool gets on well with the rice beast because they're both like into big engineering projects and superstructures. Like genuinely, one of my ideas for like one of the comics starring Tool is just like Tool walking up to the house and being like, "Ryza Man, is the lesser Ryza Man here?" I'd be like, "Are you talking about Rice Beast?" Okay, I think the bowl is pretty much ready to go. I think I might just need to do a little bit of shading on the teeth here. God, it's such a relief that I don't have work tomorrow, though. Oh my god, I'm still not over just how relieved I am that I don't have work tomorrow. Like it's like one of those things where like if I remember it, it'll bring a small smile to my face. You ever have those things where like it's not like something good happens, but you don't have like the emotional wherewithal to process it all at once. So you're just like, huh, yeah, like throughout little parts of the day. Jupiter Plush isn't really fully realized as a character, but I do recognize that it sure does come across as some kind of somebody. Yeah, my read on the Jupiter Plush, if you care to hear it, is very much like that of like I want to say like the Neko arc of the Jupiter extended universe. Like very much some kind of trickster figure who just happens to be invited to a lot of shit. It's the curse that haunts us all. You need a mascot as a streamer, legally required creature that follows you around. I have been thinking about that. Do you all okay? So I've been thinking whether I need to. That's the planets technically. That's true. Yeah, Jupiter's planets are such funky little guys. I like them. But yeah, that's something that I've been considering as well. Do y'all identify with like the rice beast, or would you all appreciate like a different viewer stand-in? Like, be making the V birds or the V wings. I'm sorry, the V wings. Uh, has made me think about it a little bit. Like, would y'all like to have like an actual like a viewer mascot, or are y'all cool just like with me chilling with Rice Beast? Like, is that something y'all would be interested in? Let's see. God, it is also really funny that Jupiter used the phrase said that Jupiter plush does come across as a somebody, because it reminds me of that one picture of a dog who has like one arm over like a recliner, and the caption is like, "Oh, he thinks he's somebody." Like that's the exact vibe it gives me. That sentence, I mean. I'm down either way, but I had already accepted my role as fake type rice beast. Fake type rice beast. Imposter rice. Hmm. Imposter rice beast. Yeah. You yeah, instead of being like proper rice beasts, y'all are just like shitty like imported market knockoffs. Like those bootleg Pomni plushes that they sold on like Taobao and eBay or on Alibaba. You plush and that dog have some personality. It's nice. But yeah. On the other hand, I do like just how mysterious all of Jupiter's lore is. Like I think it's really cool that Jupiter has very inscrutable lore too. I think that's also the appeal of it. Like I feel like if we were just like flat out told like what the Jupe plush's deal is, right? Speed streams electro swing. God, I do have that one picture of like me and Rice Beast dancing to ska music for like one of the schedule sketches. But yeah, I think I think like it takes a lot of restraint to have to like be mysterious like that, because I know that I can't shut the fuck up about my my characters. Like every other stream, it'll be like, "Hey, you guys want to know a cool secret about that I've thought about in the lore?" I'm the kind of person that if he makes something, he has to show it to other people almost immediately. God, the Rice Beast concert would go kind of crazy though. You know those motherfuckers make insane EDM. So mysterious, so cool. Exactly, exactly. You're entitled to your mystery, but I do love hearing about lore. Yeah, that's the delicate balance of it, I suppose, isn't it? Like the need to want to like keep everything under wraps until like you need to reveal it, versus the need to be like, "Yo, guys, check this out! Isn't this so cool?" For me, very often the second voice is much louder. Those are some nice looking leaves. Okay, then moving on to this potato over here. In retrospect, I think it was the right move to make the Thai curry be like the vegan option. The thing is, you make cool shit. That is true. And I do also have something of a reputation for making cool shit based on other people's ideas. Like doing stuff for doing random edits and little things like that in for the folks in V's server gives me so much happiness. It's like seeing somebody react to like something I made using their idea is one of the big sources of joy in my life. Like people being surprised that somebody like turned it into a full-fledged thing after they just said it out loud casually. I don't know. It's that factor of like, whoa, that's cool. That really validates my efforts. I know it's not healthy to like to like base your work motivation off of like the validation of others, but at the same time, it's so nice. At the same time, like that's the thing, right? You technically don't need validation from others. You don't need like big numbers, big wahoo stuff to have success as an artist. You know, like you can make things and be happy with them. But the thing is, having that validation, having people say like, "Yeah, you make cool things," is so much nicer than not having that. And over here, and over here. A little validation is nice, yeah. A li- if if homemade validation isn't available, store bought is fine. Externally sourced is fine. No, I'm very lucky that I have a lot of supportive people in my life. I that is something that I'm really grateful for, is that I have lots of people who like to tell me that I've done good work. And I feel like I would not be nearly as motivated to make stuff if I hadn't had such supportive people in my life. I feel like I'm accidentally exhibiting restraint by not having a canonical rival. Hmm. Accidentally exhibiting a restraint is the best kind of exhibiting of restraint, because nobody can tell that it took you effort or that it didn't take you effort. Everybody's like, "Whoa, whoa, you've done so well to hold back from that," and you're like, "I didn't even know that was an option," or like, I didn't even care to begin with." I don't know. That's always funny when that happens. Jupiter winning the lore chicken race competition by just chillaxing and being mysterious. Yeah, that is also the reason that I'm happy that I made Tool. Is exactly as Common says, is that it's nice to have like a sounding board for your character, right? I think for Jupiter that is fulfilled somewhat by the Jupe plush, because the one that I remember right now is like the one where like y'all are walking around in the wintertime and the Jupe plush had a hot chocolate and is wearing a hoodie. And like I feel like that's kind of like the purpose for what I made Tool is to have another sentient character that's not the sun that I can just bounce shit off of, because the sun has like a specific sort of dynamic with Paps. I needed somebody who could be a hater. I needed another character in the Paps lore that would straight up tell Paps to kill himself. Yeah, the what ass pussy hoodie. God, one of the gags that I'm hoping to make one of these days is that I want to have like a character who normally goes shirtless finally get reprimanded for like not wearing a shirt, and they're like, go find something to wear, and like they eventually get themselves a shirt that says something like Pussy Slayer or something like that. Something completely inappropriate, and when they come back to show the person who told them off, the person who told them off is like, find another shirt. Find another shirt. I love it when when characters have just like completely out of pocket shit on their shirts. Rice Jackman. That's my Death Stranding name. Rice Jackman is like who I would be like if I wasn't Death Stranding. I teach Norman Reedus how to get big at the gym. Every setting needs a protagonist, la criatura, a parental figure, and a full-time hater. Exactly. Like that is 100% it. You got it. I contain multitudes. True. Yeah, that's almost like the Dragon Ball setup. You got the protagonist Goku, La Criatura Krillin, a parental figure Piccolo, and a full-time hater Vegeta. I think that's also technically one of those four temperaments, right? Like there's like this theory of temperaments based on like the different vials. There's like sanguine temperament, which is like a very happy-go-lucky kind of guy. There is a melancholic temperament, which is kind of like a more mopey, a little bit less high-strung kind of guy. There is a okay, melancholic, sanguine. There's another one that's basically choleric. There's a choleric temperament, which is the full-time hater, and there is also I'm forgetting the last one. Hmm. Choleric, melancholic, and phlegmatic. Right. There, the last one is phlegmatic, which is more kind of anxious. Very much kind of like the double D kind of weenie. I realize we've been going for quite a minute now, but I've still got a couple more to do. So hang in there for a little while. Phlegm being anxious is such a character concept. You're right though. Have it like this, and then maybe just. I'm cuffing and hacking, and so I'm so anxious. Character, the mess. I think that's what made Kobeni from Chainsaw Man be so popular. No, truly, nobody has ever done it like her. Like, who else has ever created that like such a perfect representation of that one homie from the group who can't order something off the phone without throwing up? The physical manifestation of it, the anxiety. Just like how nice people love to bleed or whatever sanguine means. I wasn't paying attention. No, you got that right. Sanguine is related to blood. So all these are related to like one of the four humors, I think, which is a very old medical concept. I hesitate to call it medical. It was like pseudoscientific, basically, before medicine kind of let us understand more about the human body. It was like back when people were using leeches and shit still. But yeah, sanguine is blood. Choleric is uh, hang on. They're like they were related to also like hang on. Which one? They related to like a certain. Okay, yeah. Sanguine is blood. Choleric is yellow bile. Melancholic is black bile, and phlegmatic is obviously phlegm. The Four Humors, a Nurgle aligned comedy troupe. God, I don't know. How do like some of the Warhammer 40k gods feel about like humor? Like does Slanesh like to laugh? Like do any of them are any of them explicitly pro silliness slash having a giggle? Cholesterol. I was gonna say one of my guesses for it was like just straight up cholesterol, but I don't think that's accurate. I should save my work. Man, everybody's so torn up about microplastics nowadays that I feel like we've forgotten about cholesterol and how much that fucked people up. Giggles meanly and sends down a horrid beast. Mm-hmm. Okay, then put this one here. Put this one here. Leave some spaces for the green. Yeah, classic Precure villain. I'm just imagining some like some person with like really big fake nails just giggling and kicking up their feet on the bed while tapping messily on an iPad, and it very clearly shows like a big red bright flashing warning sign on the tablet that says beast deployed on there. I think that's what the plot of Triple S Gridman was about. I still haven't seen that dang anime or Grid or like the next Gridman. From what I understand, it's actually it's quite good. You know, not like genre defining levels of good, like say Tekken Toppa Gurren Lagann, but I heard it was pretty good. Chadwin unleashing a flood of rice beast redeems. God, yeah, I'm gonna need to find a way to replicate the functions of some of these redeems once I am out of here, because the cool thing about redeems is that they require points to do, right? It feels like there's like a sort of transaction, and you feel more rewarded for doing it rather than just being like, yeah, I'm at a beast. You know, it's like the difference between Minecraft and Gary's mod, right? Like, if you build a giant superstructure in Gary's mod, you're like, oh yeah, pretty good. But if you build it in Minecraft, you're like, I mined every single block of that. I made every single block of that happen. You know, I kind of want to have something like that. I think Jupiter, you had a function for your pebbles, right? Like that was something that you had, like you had like a counter for your pebbles for with a bot. Yeah, pink pebbles. Yeah, easy to set up. I'll have to look into it. I might ask you some questions about that sometime. So don't please excuse me if I have to pick your brain on those. Okay. I'm trying to not add too much shading to the Rice Beast um sculpture, to the Rice Beast monolith, because I feel like adding too much detail into it will make it a little weird. But yeah, there we go. Okay, I think we're done with the soup cup. I think the last one left is the ice cream sun. God, this does not get any easier to look at. Oh my god. Hmm. I kind of want to hang on. Let me copy and paste this, and then set up the new layer so that its color is like a darkish brown. Okay, how do we make this less saturated? Oh wait, that hang on. Rasterize. Okay, here we go. Okay, so the lighter. Okay, so the lighter is, the less opaque it is. Then how do I make it darker? So easy to imagine a rice piece looking at this in a parking lot. That's quite the vivid mental image. Hmm. This looks a little violent, actually, because of the hardwood looking like blood splatters. All right, how about we do hard light, darken this, or actually maybe. Hmm. Yeah, that'll do. I don't know. That logo doesn't. Hang on. Maybe if I use the Lookify tool a little bit. Maybe I shrink it down just a touch. Let's get rid of it. It's a cool logo, but I don't think it adds the readability of it very much. Shame, but it's kind of what has to be done. The main thing that I'm worried about is readability for these guys. soft eraser, then over here. There we go. Perfect. Okay. Then we move on. A little bit of red for this like moon cake sort of thing. A little bit of the soft eraser here. Devour the sun's suffering to reveal what is that it's a punsicle stick. Don't actually write out the whole setup and punchline. No. I did briefly consider it having like a like one of those like you know how in Japan they have like those popsicle sticks that have like win and lose on the stick, or something like win and better luck next time for the loser sticks because these are usually handed out to children and they don't need to be called losers at that age. It's so difficult being 5 years old already. But yeah, I thought about adding something like that, but that again, it would not be very readable. Is my only issue with such shenanigans is that it just would not translate particularly well. That's why I'm a little hesitant to try it out. Maybe a couple more. Maybe some for the drips right here. That is a funny idea, though. Just having the sun have like a kind of like it's almost like a fortune cookie kind of deal. I think that would be fun. But yeah, figuring out the stuff with the auction really has gotten me motivated to try and do more with like redeems or something to that effect in the future. Like I said, my main issue with redeems is like the nature of my channel being kind of chill and not very particularly action heavy, except during Yakuza games and whatnot. It makes it difficult to. I don't know. Maybe I just need to watch some streams where they do have like a lot of cool redeems that go off, but I just don't want them to end up feeling disruptive to the overall experience. And I feel like that's gonna have to be a balance that I learn to work out myself. Let me blend these suckers. All right, and here's the clever part for this next bit. Hang on. And here's the clever part for this next bit. I'm not actually going to shade much of this. I'm just going to plop a gradient on it and pray. I feel like a lot of memorable redeems are about streamer misery just that. That's my thing too, right? And going back a little bit to the conversation we had earlier about like, how I portray myself. That's the one thing I never want to do. I never want to be like I never want to make like the appeal of my channel to abuse me, right? Like I've seen what happens when like streamers are like bullied by their chat. I don't want that to like, and generally most of them are cool with it. Most of them are in on the joke, but I feel like if I set up that kind of environment, I am not going to be dealing with it in a mature way. I might end up standing on business a little bit too often. So I want to try and avoid making redeems like that. I had an idea to add actually like one of those. Do you remember back when the meta was like throwing stuff at the streamer's head? I wanted to try and do that, but somebody talked me out of it. And I'm very happy that they did because I feel like if I had set that up, it would have set off like a it would have been like a flashpoint event, you know, like it would have set off a bunch of bad shit happening. Yeah, the horse stance redeem. That's the thing as well. Like the horse stance redeem is a little bit of like misery for pay and a little bit of like also the whole thing about like whoa, that's trippy. Also the whole thing about like messing up the flow because like if I had to getting into the horse stance was it was a fun thing that people could do, but at the same time it didn't like it fucked the flow of like whatever thing that I was yapping about, and it also had the negative of like not being particularly entertaining. I was just like suffering for seemingly very little reason. So yeah, I don't want to become somebody's plaything like that. Like I said, maybe it's also the fact that it takes like a certain mindset to like cope with it, or maybe they're just like built different or something. But I don't feel that. Mm, mm. Grappling with viewer perception sure is something. Yeah. And the good thing is that I'm at a level, right? I'm not like some super huge dude who's like, who has to like appease the fans for their income. I'm just some random dude who likes drawing. And that has given me a lot of freedom in how I present myself, I think. Yeah, presentation is everything. Fully agree with you there. Oh, wait, I know what's messing me up about this. I haven't added any highlights to the ice cream either. That's definitely why. Uh, I just like hang on. Let me shrink this down by a couple dozen pixels. Maybe I can just use the airbrush tool. Why? Oh, hang on. Yeah, never mind. Let's raw dog this thing. But yeah, that that's also my kind of philosophy towards streaming a little bit. Is just that like be careful what you do to gain power, so to speak. Like be very wary of what you use to quote unquote gain power. By that I mean like attention, viewership, and whatnot. Because if it's something that you can't not sustainably maintain, or if it's something that like would attract like scummy people, you are fucking up. You're like I don't know how else to say this. You are fucking up big time. Alright, then put it over here and maybe over here. But like I said, thankfully I don't have to worry about all that just yet. In fact, given that I'm taking away my own, renouncing my affiliate status, I might not have to deal with it for years. Once again, I win by doing nothing. All right, so now we're gonna apply this with like screen. Ooh, this one's kind of juicy. I don't know. I really like this one. Maybe if I like use the soft eraser a little bit on this, on a couple of areas here too. And then, okay, so what I need to do is I need to lower the thickness of the lines here, but maintain the thickness on the outside. So I think scale down width. Do not process the whole line. Okay. Back a couple dozen steps. I might need to move the line to move around some of the shading a little bit to compensate, but that's fine. That's like the least of my worries. Okay, redraw vector line width. Not that one. Okay, then lower the thickness of this one. Oh, wait, hang on. I also forgot to add highlights to the gumball eyes. My fault. I do think we've accomplished our goal of making this thing look absolutely miserable. Like I can kind of hear it was begging for the sweet release of death. Oh my god. Is it crazy that I feel kind of bad for this ice cream? All right. Also, I kind of want to hang on. Which one? Here we go. Status: the sun's misery is increasing. And I kind of want to go. I want to do something else with these eyebrows. I'm gonna put them on a different layer. Hmm. Yeah, I think that helps a little bit. Yeah, the manufacturer did have to add eyebrows as part of like the character's copyright. Yeah, they tried to push back on that, but we were like, no, sir, we will not compromise on quality for this. Not a single expense was spared for in the production of this ice bar. Now I just have to be careful with some of these, what am I shading? Oh, okay. Yeah, here we go. Yeah, I just have to be careful with some of these, corners here. Okay. I'll grab some of this darker color while I'm at it. Put some of this over here. And blur that out. They need a slightly different tone. Maybe if I brighten the luminosity a little bit and change it to more like of a palish yellow, and lower use the soft eraser on them a little bit. Yeah, that helps a lot. Barely visible now, but that's fine. Hang on. This is like a weak sauce kind of light. I'm gonna add some proper, like a teardrop kind of shape. Now we hit it with a blur. Or maybe not. Or maybe a little bit. Just a little. Just tiny, like the smallest hint of blurring. God, he looks so much like a fucked up ET. Like he looks like like one of those like really crappy old dolls that they used to like throw away in sandfills in the desert when they didn't sell enough of them and they needed a fast way to dispose of them. Hmm. Wait, what the? Oh, hang on. I see what's happening. I need to move the actual like thing. No? Hmm? Oh, whatever. Let me just use this color. All right. I think with that we should be pretty much done. Let me just reduce the glow on this a little bit. And use the soft eraser just a touch. Looks almost plastic. Perfect. That's how you know it's good. All right, I'm gonna kick you guys over to somebody else's channel real quick. I don't know who all is streaming right now. Oh, I think okay. Bunny is playing Splatoon, so I'm gonna go send you all over to her. All right, I will see you all on Saturday. I hope you have a great rest of your evening, and I will see you later. Bye. Thanks for coming by. Thanks again to Jupiter for the raid. I'm getting far away now. I'm getting so far. I'm leaving. You guys should actually stay for the